award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium in Jackson, Tennessee, Flow Sports proudly presents Gulf South Conference basketball. Tonight, it is the homestanding Union Lady Bulldogs taking on the Lady Flames of Lee University, two teams that have known each other well over the past 25 years. And as far as two Gulf South Conference teams, these are definitely rivals. And it is a great matchup always between Coach Mark Campbell, the head coach of the Lady Bulldogs, and a gentleman who needs no introduction in any circles of basketball, Marty Rowe, the head coach of the Lady Flames of Lee University. Union 26-2 as the starting lineup is being introduced. Anna Mahonen, Haley Johnson, a 5'9" junior from Jamestown, Tennessee. You got Kara Williams, a 5'10" redshirt freshman from the hometown of Cleveland, Tennessee. And her sister, Mila Williams, she's a 5'11" freshman from Cleveland. And also out of the group, Mallory Hampton. She's the one whose name you'll be hearing quite a bit. She's their leading scorer, 19 points per game. And she's also amazing on both sides of the ball. She has 96 assists and 71 steals during the course of the season, and she will be dynamite on defense. Now here comes the light show, and here come the Lady Bulldogs, trying to keep pace. One game behind Valdosta State, the team that has beaten them twice in the conference. Also trying to keep pace where it comes to the rankings in the South region. Valdosta State and Union are 1 and 2. Tonight is Hawaiian night at Union University. And here, averaging 12 a game and a whole buku of other stats, Shanique Lucas, the graduate student from Papua New Guinea. Jazzy Ann Houston, another graduate transfer from San Diego. Macy Lee, she and Shanique both averaging 12 a game. Courtney Zinson, she's another one who she gets in a streak, she can shoot a lot of threes. And here's Olivia Lee, the other local girl. She and Macy are sisters. They played together at Trinity Christian Academy here, and we are about set to go as the fog is about to lift. Good to be with you. It's Steve Beverly to bring you the play-by-play tonight, and it should be a dandy because it always is. When these two teams met January the 13th in Cleveland, it was a miracle three by Olivia Lee from about 30 feet out, right at the buzzer in regulation, that sent it into overtime, and Union won it 98-95. But the history between these two schools in the past really dates to the fact that they often beat each other on the other one's home court. But it is crucial in this one for Union if they are to keep pace. Lee is 18-8, 16-6 in the conference. Union 20-2 in the conference, and it is Lee to jump it. And it is Lee who gets the opening tip. Knocked out of bounds, and it goes to Union. As I mentioned, particularly defensively, these two teams know each other well, and Marty Rowe can come up with all kinds of defenses to try to deal with this Union powerhouse offense that averages 93 points a game. And also the fact that Union tries to go to the all-court pressure. Union is back at full strength. They're going to have to hurry. Down to 9 on the shot clock, and they are double-teaming that ball, and it is Anusin. Iron unkind, and the rebound coming off to Hampton. And look at her go all the way down, and the offensive foul. So that starts it right off the bat. Offensive foul, and so Union will take possession once again. The Lady Bulldogs with that relentless all-court pressure that Marty Rowe has a way of being able to beat that press down the floor. And a screen and a big three is there. Courtney Zinson nails it for the first three of the game. Union out to the early lead, but that does not mean anything when these two get together. Going for the answer shot. That one's short. And off. Oh, my goodness. That is one that I know Jazzy Ann Houston would love to have back. She expected that it was going to just roll out of bounds, and instead it bounced off of her upper body. So Lee with another opportunity. This is a team that shoots 42% from the field. They go for the bomb. And almost got the Plinko drop, as we call it. It was like a Price is Right Plinko drop. So Union trying to extend the early lead. Big bomb from the corner. No, too much on it. Rebound comes off to the ladies in maroon, and the foul. And Mark Campbell substituting a completely new set. And I know one thing that they're glad to have is Lauren West back into the lineup. Lauren gives them a huge push, particularly with three-pointers. And there you go on the drive. And another foul. And that one was charged to, I got to look back on my sheet to see who that in fact was charged against. Look at that intense double teaming of the ball. That's how Marty Rowe beats it. And underneath, the layup goes to Mahonen. And it's a 3-2 game. He tries to get separation and get somebody open, particularly between all of those defenders, and trying to drive it all the way home, and the foul. Brooke Hampel was the one that was charged with the previous foul. That's going to send Emma Callis to the line. And that foul is called on Hampton. They do not want to see her. That foul was actually called on Kara Williams. That's her first. So here's Callis at the free throw line. And she connects. Emma averaging 9.5 a game, and at the free throw line, an 82% shooter. And against a team like Lee, they're going to need that tonight. And the young lady from Waukesha, Wisconsin, nails it through. And again, that's that quick passing that Marty Rowe teaches against teams that do the all-court pressure. And they deliver it underneath. And again, that's that separation. Excellent job by Mahonen, who has all 4 of Lee's points. That misdirection that left Mahonen open. And there is a traffic jam underneath, and that pass was a little bit out of desperation, and you can see the animated Marty Rowe. Many years ago, he came in here at Christmas time with a team, and to be candid with you, he was not happy with their performance. And there was someone at the score table who said, I don't believe Marty has gotten any of the Christmas cheer yet. I don't think he had. Right off the fingertips. That was just that was one of those frustrations. And it went off the fingertips of Addison Smith, the senior. So Union will play it. Lee has committed 3 turnovers, and Union 1. That could be a key in this game as we go down the stretch. And there's Anusin. Big bomb. No, too much on it. And Union getting the offensive board. Going for another big bomb. That time it is there for Courtney Zinson. And I mentioned she could get on a streak, and it can be trouble for the opponents. And Courtney with 6 of Union's 8 points in the early going. Now watch the battle between Macy Lee and Mahonen. It could be a tough one underneath, and also when Olivia Lee is in there. And the foul, they'll play it underneath. That's going to be on Anusin. So Jazzy commits her first. Staying out of foul trouble has also got to be a big factor for both of these teams. Checking in for Union, Shiley Morrison. Mark Campbell, with this quick substitution that he does, has no hesitation. Frankly, every team that he has in there is just about as talented as the other. And that one goes high, but she draws the foul. Marty Rowe teams have an instinctive way of being able to sense when the defenders are clamping down on them and potentially going in for the foul. That is the second foul on Jazzy Anusin. That's the one they could ill afford at this point, so she'll come out for a while. And in and out. Robbed on that free throw was Hampton. She is their leading free throw shooter, 84% on the season. She's about their leading everything, and nails it. One of the most talented players in the entire Gulf South Conference is Hampton. Spin move and the jumper. Doesn't fall for Shanique Lucas. And almost a steal. And I will tell you, between Shiley Morrison and Leah Cauble, they will go after any loose ball. And they try to beat the defenders, and that is indeed what they did. That separation again, you could see on each wing, and that splits where the Union zone defense is, and right down the lane and going in for the layup. This is one of those that you feel like it could go down to the final possession, just as it did when they played each other earlier. That one, the iron unkind for Lucas, but she gets the offensive board and draws the foul. And that one is charged to Hampton. That is her second. They did not want to see that occur at this stretch of the imagination, so she'll come out. Mallory Hampton, 19-point-a-game average. But the key also defensively, 96 assists and 71 steals. She makes life a headache for anybody that she faces on the floor. And that is a compliment. 15 on the shot clock for Union. And Olivia Lee goes right down the lane and cannot get it up high enough. Union has missed 2 layups tonight. Look at that dribble penetration, the high curl, and the foul. I'm impressed how more and more these young ladies are using that arm extension to try to be able to get layups in that are a little bit more outside than you would anticipate. And that sends Shiley Morrison out of the game and brings back in Leah Cauble. And free throw is there. They're a 75% free throw shooting team on the season. And Johnson delivers them both. And Lee takes its first lead at 9-8. Union again, they've got so many weapons from the outside, but they try to do misdirection to be able to go in close. And that one too high off the glass. That's the third layup missed, and here goes Lee. They had numbers. They had a 5-on-3 for a moment. And they finally come back to pick everybody up. That one's going to be off the fingertips of Delbridge. And we've got timeout. 4:41 to go in the first quarter. It's a good one. Lee leads Union 9-8. Union has won 99 consecutive games when they've scored at least 70 points. However, that almost came to an end when they played at Lee in January, and had it not been for that dramatic three by Olivia Lee, it would have come to an end. It went to overtime, and Union won it. Union's only 2 losses to Valdosta State, but they know what they're up against with Lee. And don't kid yourself, it's unusual for a Lee team to have 8 losses, but they've won 4 in a row. And that's going to go back to Union. And it seems as though the Lady Flames are peaking at just the right time of the season to strike terror into the hearts of their opponents. And you can see how happy the Lady Flames on their bench were with that offensive foul that was charged to Emma Callis. So Courtney Zinson checks out, as well as Olivia Lee. Union scoring has absolutely just quieted. In fact, the Lady Bulldogs have not scored in nearly 4 minutes. And we have only 12 seconds remaining in this first quarter, and they're over at the scorers table trying to check. I'm not certain whether they're checking about who has how many fouls or what. And apparently they are going to call the teams over. We're not going to take a timeout here. They're calling the teams over and letting them to have the opportunity to spend some time with their coaches while they try to sort out what is a question mark. Maybe how much time actually should be on the clock after that ball went out of bounds. Our reminder is that Saturday we are right back here with Union going against Shorter. Shorter and Lee, of course, they're almost neighbors with each other, and this is the final year for Shorter in the Gulf South Conference. So Union will be taking them on in a doubleheader tonight. About 27 minutes after our telecast is over with, we'll be right back here with the men's half of this doubleheader, as it is a must-win situation for Union to have any hope of getting into the Gulf South Conference tournament, where only the top 8 teams. They're going to go for the big bomb, and they managed to cover it. Now the question is, they said 12 seconds on the clock. It is 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Somehow the clock just went, the 4 minutes evaporated on the clock. It looked awfully strange to me. I didn't think we'd lost that much time. Now 8 on the shot clock. And that attempt goes astray. This team has such crisp passing. The 3 is right through the heart for Delbridge. And Lee up by 4. Union going to keep it from the perimeter. Lauren West, big bomb, and Union is just ice cold. 2 out of 7 in 3-pointers. And underneath, the layup is there. Union asleep on defense as Cameron nails it home. And Lee is on a 9-0 run. Taking it down the lane. I don't think that will be. Well, let's see if she gives her the basket. That foul was called on Johnson. So Haley commits her first. So at the line will be Brooke Hampel. And they did give her the basket. Okay, she didn't give that distinctive flip down of the hand, and Brooke misses it. And Union back into that double team, all court pressure, and it is stolen. It's going to be a foot race. And the spin move and the foul. Cameron commits the foul. Quick-handed Brooke Hampel with that steal. That's one of the things this all-court pressure does for Union, is that it really puts pressure on another team's offense trying to get that ball down the floor, and managed to snatch that one away. 69% free throw shooter, but she hits the first one. And many free throw shooters will tell you in a 2-shot situation, getting that first one is everything when it comes to their confidence. And nails them both. A 14-12 game. And they didn't double team this time. You just watch and see the precision of a Marty Rowe team and watching them on offense. And I've seen him do it with small teams and with tall teams. Down to 9 on the shot clock. You just saw the signal. And she puts up a barn burner that doesn't go. And they will scramble for the loose ball. And the alternate possession will send it back to Union. And checking back in is Mahonen. My good friend Philip Tang is doing the call on radio for Lee, and it's always good to see him coming home because his alma mater is Union University. But he is doing a brilliant job in sports commentary and particularly digital sports at Lee University. From the corner, the 3. And too much on it for Lauren West. Nope, that's not Lauren. That was Leah Cauble. And again, that double teaming pressure. But wide open. That's how they managed to get out of that kind of trouble. And Mahonen with 6. And Houston back in there with those 2 fouls. And Houston and Morrison both with 2. The 3 in and out. And Mahonen with the rebound. She's a big threat where that's concerned. Although Addison Smith is their leading, and there's a steal. That one just went off her foot. And they go quickly down the floor. There's the bomb, and it goes. And Lauren West with her first three. And the home fans have not seen her connect in a long time because of her injury, and that gets them off the deck. 16-15, Lee still on top. Already in this first quarter, it is everything you expect it to be. And that one off the bottom of the glass. Union's going to have numbers. Spin move and the foul. Just after she released the ball. And the foul is on Mahonen, her first. Macy Lee comes over to talk to assistant coach Sean Blackburn, and Mark Campbell gets in some fresh faces. So Brooke Hampel with 4 in the game so far, and at the line for a couple to give Union the lead again. And gets the first one. And the young lady from Huntsville, in and out. And the rebound once again to Lee. They do a great job of boxing out on free throws, not letting a team get offensive rebounds off of free throws. And this team seems to know exactly how much time they have on the clock. You rarely ever see them have a 30-second clock violation between the defenders, and it does not go. She was absolutely robbed. There's a steal. Pass that just did not have any authority on it whatsoever. The 2-on-1, and again, overshot the layup. They scramble. It's a jump ball. It will go back to Lee. And the officials are going to have a conversation while Cowboy Curling comes out to clean up the moisture. And let's see what the decision is going to be as the teams come over again and consult, and they may have to go to the replay on this once again. This is one of those that when these two get together, it is this way up and down the floor all night long. So they will go back and look at this. There were some fans across the way that were calling for a technical foul on that exchange. We'll see what happens after they take a look at it. I think they were hoping for a flagrant foul. And Marty Rowe, during situations like this, just like Mark Campbell, they just try to keep their teams calm because there's nothing they can do to adjust whatever decision the officials are going to make by looking at this replay. So far, Union 29% from the floor, and a lot of that can be tallied to the Lee defense. 4 out of 14, 29%, 3 out of 10 in three-pointers for 30%. Lee has out-rebounded the Lady Bulldogs 12-6. That's where they've been vulnerable in some recent games. Union has an edge of 37-35 in rebounding over its opponents. And then for Lee, 6 out of 13, 46% from the floor. They've been very, very efficient. 1 out of 4 in three-pointers. This is not a team that is a strong three-point shooting team. When I say that, if Marty brings a team in here that is not, and they're at 29% for the season, usually if they're against Union, they will somehow come out of the doldrums and begin to hit from outside. And this is a team also that you take a look at. Well, let's take a look right now. Points off turnovers. Now, that's a big key for Union, and they have picked up 11 points off of the 6 turnovers that Lee has made. Lee's only gotten 3 points. Let's see what the officials have to say about this as we hear the wonderful Hawaiian music in the background. It is Hawaii night here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium, and there are a lot of the students that have on leis, and you may see a few people at the scorer's table, and there they are. There they are. They got the leis. They got on those bright island shirts and outfits tonight. They try to have theme nights. It is going to go to Union, but it is not going to be shooting free throws. Lee has committed 16 fouls, as has Union. And so they're calling everybody back. They're calling everybody back down, and apparently it is going to be Lee's ball because Shanique Lucas came away. So anyway, to throw it in for Lee is going to be Kara Williams, who has a name of a very popular sitcom star for CBS back in the 1960s. She probably knows that. So anyway, after that long exchange, there was no free throw shot, and Lee had the ball, and they can run this clock down to about 5 seconds. And trying to take it right down the lane, and the bank does not fall. That is 4 layups that Lee has missed. Shanique's going to put up a bomb. No! That one would have been a 45-footer, and it was too high off the glass. Well, what else do you expect when Lee and Union get together? We only have played 10 minutes. It's 16-all. Back with the second quarter after this.
Your life. Your home.
Your business, your future.
Focusing on you, West Tennessee Bank strives to serve its clients in every season of life. With vast experience in personal and business banking, we take pride in guiding you through significant events. At West Tennessee Bank, we help you realize your dreams.
West Tennessee Bank is a division of Decatur County Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. West Tennessee Bank, focused on you.
Dynamics Physical Therapy, your elite provider in sports medicine and performance. Now serving communities throughout West Tennessee.
This place is loud tonight. You see a little bit of a hula hoop competition with the Hawaiian theme. These two teams tied at 16. Mahonen, the leader for Lee, with 6 points. And for Union, it's Courtney Zinson with a couple of threes. She has 6, and Brooke Hampel with 5. Ironically, Shanique Lucas, Macy Lee, and Olivia Lee, among the leading scorers for this Union team, they have been held scoreless in the first 10 minutes. And for Union to win this one, that is definitely going to have to change. Morrison directing the traffic. She goes underneath, and going to the deck hard was Lucas. No foul called. Union will play it underneath with 19 on the shot clock. And we got a whistle away from the ball, and it may be an offensive foul. Nope. And they're coming over to talk to Mark Campbell. And it was an offensive foul. So Lee picks up a turnover right here at the beginning of the second period. And you got this strong feeling this place is only going to get louder as this game progresses. Tipped, stolen. Quick hands again, and there you go. Down the stretch she goes for the layup. And Olivia Lee finally on the scoreboard, and Union back to the lead, 18-16. We've had 2 ties and 2 lead changes. Lee again slowing the tempo down. They can play low scoring, but they also are a team that, let's put it this way, they put up in the 90s when these two teams played before, and the answer shot is right there. Perfectly navigated by Hampton, and so Mallory now has 6. right through everybody, and the layup is overshot. Union has missed 4 layups in the game. Lee has missed 5. And Union had to struggle to get back down on defense. And you hear the chants coming through Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And Marty Rowe has spread his offensive players out with 7 on the shot clock. They're trying to get something open underneath. And they got the screen. But that one doesn't count. There was a foul before the shot. That was on Shanique Lucas, her first. It is hard to believe that this is Marty Rowe's 20th year at the helm of Lee University. He came there from a very successful run with Brescia University in Kentucky and took them to a Final Four in the NAIA tournament when nobody had ever heard of them before. He changed all that very quickly. Brescia was instantly respected. 10 on the shot clock. Again, just the discipline of this team. And working against Lauren West, and they can't get it to go. Let's see if she can hold on to it. Are they going to call a travel? Yep. Apparently her feet had not been planted when she got control of the basketball, so Union coughs it up again. That's the 5th turnover. Lee has given it up 7 times. And this has turned out to be a very defensive game, more so than the one when the two teams played in Cleveland. Taking a big gamble was Ann Houston to try to get that one away. Big bomb, not there. And Union has missed a couple of rebounds with that same kind of tip. And this Lee team has just dominated the boards 15-8. Five on the shot clock. And that one's short. Union picks it up. It's Happel. And Ann Houston back behind the perimeter. She's going to work one-on-one. Spin move. Gets the layup. Emma Callis with 4. Union retakes the lead at 20-19. Boy, this is what I love when we get close to March Madness. It's the 29th of February, and the 3 is an air ball. Picking it up again is Hampel. And between the defenders and going in with the left hand, Jazzy Ann Houston for her first basket. And Marty Rowe says, let's talk it over. 6:43 to go in the first half. Union up by 3. Marty Rowe, in any type situation, he's as good as any coach you will find at particularly trying to detect and expose another team's weakness. And you can see what kind of, just watch how animated he is. Now, just because he's animated doesn't mean that he is angry all the time. He's not, but he's just emphatic with his players. Mark Campbell, of course, many people have called him a genius, the fastest coach in college basketball history at any level to reach 700 victories. And Marty and Mark have been great friends for so many years. They enjoy the chess game of playing against each other, but there's a tremendous respect that these two men have for each other and for their programs. And, of course, last year Union won 2 out of 3, including the conference championship game in which they defeated Lee after losing the opener on this floor. And there you go, trying to get between the defenders. It was knocked away, but Good focus to recover on that. They don't give up on the ball even if it gets tipped. This is going to go down the baseline, and the turnaround is there. That height extension that you saw, and that made all the difference as Lee cuts it to a 1-point game. From the corner. No. Going again for the bomb. Short. It has been a tough night so far for Macy Lee, who by just a few tenths of a point is Union's leading scorer. She's 0 for 4 tonight, and she's missed 3 3-pointers. And she's had some nights during the month of February where it just doesn't seem to click, particularly with her outside shot. And so far tonight, this has been one of them. 20 on the shot clock for Lee. And again, they're as good as you'll see as setting screens. Way too high off the glass, but they get it back and open for the three. Nope, iron unkind, and Union grabs it. Lauren West. And on the pass. And Union called for a violation. So the Lady Bulldogs have been turning the ball over as well, even though they have the edge 13-3 in getting points off turnovers. When you get to this point, and as I say, February 29th, let's call it March Madness because we're right there at it. This is when it is as good as it gets. And even though we're still in the regular season, we're not at win or go home point. Big push for the three, and the iron unkind once again. Lee 2 out of 9. Both of these teams have been really off the mark in 3-pointers. Union 3 out of 13 for 23%. 6 on the shot clock. They're going to have to hurry, and she goes right by Lauren West and connects. Johnson with 4, and Lee back to the lead by 1. They go inside to Macy Lee. And from the corner. There you go, the sister. That was Sister Act right there, and it was Macy to Olivia who gets her first 3 of the game, and we have gone back in 4 with 5 lead changes. That one's short, and Union lets it go. And checking back in for the Lady Bulldogs, Leah Cauble and Shiley Morrison. And they are 2 of the most efficient ball handlers that you'll see anywhere. They almost had the screen right there, but it's a foul on the drive, and calling everybody over is Emma Callis. That's the second on Cameron. So the senior from Dayton, Tennessee, transfer from Eastern Illinois, in a mild bit of foul trouble. Coaches really don't worry that much until they get that 3rd foul in the first half. Shanique Lucas still can't get it to drop. And this has been an off night for her. Lee trying to get it back to a tie. And that goes off of the fingertips last of Shiley Morrison. Union with a little bit shorter lineup right now, but he's got a very quick lineup for defense. Lee's got to hurry to get it in. We're under 4 minutes to go in the first half. Look at that spin move. The floater is short. They've missed 7 layups tonight. Union has missed 5. You almost had a 2-on-1. The left hand does not go, but she gets the follow. And it's knocked out of bounds. Jazzy Ann Houston comes right back in for Shiley Morrison. Union committing 2 fouls in this quarter, and Lee only one, so Shanique Lucas will toss it in. She has one of the quickest releases both in passing and with her shots. There's going to be a one-on-one drive, but they kick it outside. No. Again, just too much on it, and Union 4 out of 15 behind the arc and wide open. Nobody there to pick her up. Perfectly navigated. Mahonen with 8. And we are all deadlocked and off the fingertips. Union making some uncharacteristic mistakes. Some of them credit to the lead defense. You get to this point late in a season with conference tourney time getting ready to start next Tuesday night. There's all kinds of chances that you'll lose one that you don't intend to lose coming down the stretch. And that's going to be a foul on the backside, and Houston, she tripped. Brooke Hampel coming back in, as well as Courtney Zinson. Mark Campbell has not been, since the first quarter, has not been doing as much subbing 5 at a time. It's been more 2 and 3 at a time. Under 2.5 minutes. And almost a double team. They lob it back inside for a one-on-one. The left-hand layup goes for Callis. She has that beautiful spin move and can work with the left hand brilliantly. Union back up by 2. Boy, this is the one that if you're a fan, you just love this. It's up and down, back and 2, lead changes, ties. That's what it's all about when you get to this time of year and you've got 2 teams just like that. The big bomb from the other corner is not there. Union with a chance at a rare 2-possession lead. Those have been hard to come by in this game. Another spin move and the layup on the right-hand side. It goes for Emma Callis. She's now with 8. And we're under 1.5 minutes to go. And this is actually only the second 2-possession lead that Union has had in this game. They were trying to get behind Olivia Lee, and Lee commits the turnover. So the Lady Bulldogs have a chance to stretch this one out with 77 seconds remaining in the first half. But again, both these teams well disciplined. But when you go with defenses as strong as both of them have, you expect them to make some mistakes that customarily they would not. That's a design play from the outside, way short. But underneath, and the layup doesn't go, and the foul. That will send Brooke Hampel to the free throw line. Each team has now missed 7 layups in the game. Another 2-shot foul for Hampel. She's 3 out of 5, but listen to this, 8 rebounds in the game tonight. She's been all over the boards and particularly trying to get second and third chances. She nails it, and Shanique Lucas will come back in for defense and also because late in a game, she's one who could put up a long bomb. Hasn't scored yet. Got them both. And Brooke is shooting a little bit above her 69% average on the season. She's at 71% in this game, 5 for 7. And that's the largest lead that Union has had. Lee had a 6-point lead at one point at 14-8. Lee trying to get one back up and not give up another basket here. And there you go, going right down the lane, and that's the 8th layup they've missed, overshooting it. They go to the corner to Jazzy. They're masters of that dangerous cross-court pass. From the corner, the 3. No. Lee will have a final opportunity at it, and they're on the run. Trying to take it all the way, and right into the hands of Lady Bulldogs. They're going to have to hurry down to 4, and Houston is going to take it all the way between everybody. It will not fall. Oh my, what a first half between these two teams, and it has been a dandy. With Union going to the locker room with a 31-25 lead, and they have been entertaining both teams tonight. Let's take a look at your Flow Sports scorebook here as the teams go back to the locker room. For Lee, Anna Mahonen, one of the local girls from Cleveland, Tennessee, 8 points to lead them. She also has 5 rebounds, and you can always expect that from her. That's already above her season's average of 7 points per game. And then it is Mallory Hampton with 6. Union has done a good job of defending the leading scorer for Lee because she averages 19 a game. They've held her to 6 in the first half. She's going to get her points. There's no question about that. But had a rough first half, 2 out of 7 from the floor. For Union, 6 different Lady Bulldogs have scored, as 6 different Lady Flames have scored. Emma Callis, who's one of the bench players, 8 points and 3 rebounds, and then Brooke Hampel with 7 points and 9 rebounds to lead the game. She's in a position for a double-double. Of course, that means nothing if you don't win the game. Courtney Zinson with 6 and Olivia Lee with 5. Really mysterious in tonight's game is Shanique Lucas and Macy Lee have both been held scoreless. And that's where we stand right now, with Union in the lead at halftime, 31-25, and so much is on the line. Actually, for Lee, it's on the line as far as where they will be seated in the conference tournament that starts next Tuesday. The same thing goes for Union, and also is so critical to maintain their race with Valdosta State in the South region of the NCAA Division II, because going into tonight, Valdosta State, as far as against overall Division II opponents, both Union and Valdosta State tied at 23-2, but in the region, Valdosta State with 2 additional victories, 23-2 to 21-2, and so that is huge. Union, frankly, probably needs a Valdosta State loss to have any opportunity at being the number 1 seed in the conference tournament, but both of them have lined up opening night first-round matches at home. So we're going to take it to the locker room, 31-25. Union is on top at halftime, but got news for you. That second half should be a barn burner, and we'll have it for you right after this. Steve Beverly back with you live at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Let's take a look at your Flow Sports halftime statistics. And you can see how this has become a defensive game by looking at the key totals in those first two categories. Both of these teams are well off of their usual shooting percentages from the floor. Union and Lee, both 10 out of 30 in the first half for 33%. That's way below Union's 47% average and the 42% of the Lady Flames. 3-point field goals, that's another character that both teams have been like an Amana side by side. 2 out of 11 for Lee for 18%. Union 4 of 17 for 24. If one of these teams gets hot from behind the arc in the second half, that could be a huge factor down the stretch. Free throws almost dead even. Union 7 of 9 for 78%. Lee 3 of 4 for 75. Rebounding, Lee has really been strong in boxing out on the boards, 22-20. At one point, they had a 7-rebound edge over the Lady Bulldogs. 22-20 is the total. Each team with 6 offensive rebounds. And then in turnovers, Lee has given it up 9 times, Union 7. But here's a big, big factor, is that Union has picked up 15 points off of Lee's mistakes. Almost half of Union's points have come off of Lee turnovers, whereas the Lady Flames have only picked up 5 from Union's mistakes. That is a big category to watch as we go down the stretch tonight, because you continue that all-court pressure, and if it continues to force those kinds of turnovers and Union capitalizes, that could be one of the big factors in this contest, as well as foul. I want to look at fouls, and so those are your halftime statistics. Let me take a look at the personal foul situation, because that's critical for each team. For Lee, Mallory Hampton has 2, and Cameron has 2. All right, for Union, 2 for Shiley Morrison and 2 for Jazzy and Houston. So we have not had a great deal of personal fouls called in this game. It's been dead even, each team with 8. But you want to watch that category of those that might be the first to pick up a 3rd foul in this contest, particularly if it happens in the 3rd period. But both of these teams so well drilled, and they know exactly what to expect. And this is no surprise that we've got this kind of game, because I'm sure they both expected it. Let me mention that the Gulf South Conference tournament will be featured on Flow Sports next. The first round will be next Tuesday night all around the conference. We will be here with Union's first round game. And we suggest that you check your website for each individual conference school to find out the time that the game will be available on the Flow Sports app. But we'll have 4 games involving the women, 4 games involving the men. Union has already sewed up a home first-round game. The Union men, who will play against Lee in the second half of this doubleheader, they are fighting just to be able to make the tournament. Only the top 8 teams reach the conference tournament, and so they have to virtually win out this weekend for them to have a berth. The alternate possession will go to Lee as we switch sides of the court. And here we go. Make sure you got your blood pressure machine close by, because it could be that kind as we get down to the end. And knocked away, the defensive job, and it went off of the hands of Mahonen. So it was a great job by Olivia Lee in forcing that turnover. That is the 10th turnover now for the Lady Flames. And wide open underneath, but having it blocked, perfectly timed, Shanique Lucas, and she gets it back but loses it. Shanique has been snake bitten tonight. She's 0 for 5 now from the floor. And that is for Shanique Lucas, who had a 32-point game 2 weekends ago. This is so uncharacteristic of her, and some of the fans wanted an over and back, but that's not going to happen. So let's see how Marty Rowe plays this one in the first full possession for Lee down at this end of the floor. And that's inside the arc, and it's there. Perfect jumper. So Lee manages to get the first basket to cut it to 4. Each team had a 6-point lead in the first half. They picked up Olivia Lee very quickly. Here goes Macy Lee to the inside. Watch the spin move. Turn and fire, and she gets it. That's her first basket of the game. That's one of the few times that it's been at the start of the second half for Macy Lee to get her first points of the contest. Shanique Lucas on defense. It's a beauty to watch from the outside, and there you go. That's a steal. Shanique, her 80th steal of the season, and the block, but the foul. So Courtney Zinson will go to the free throw line. And the foul was on Addison Smith. That's her first. So Zinson goes to the free throw line. She has not been there much at all this season, but she is a 76% shooter. And connects. For a moment there, we saw just the profile of our executive producer, Paul Schultze. And in and out. Boy, you see that kind of thing happen a lot at this time of the season. And a 2-on-1 situation, and the layup is there for Mahonen. She's the first to hit double figures with 10. Going for the big bomb. Finally getting one through from outside is Macy Lee. The alarm clock has gone off for Union's leading scorer, and Lady Bulldogs with their largest lead now at 8. Strong man-to-man defense on the part of the Lady Bulldogs. They will go zone on you, but not often. And stolen. Steal number 81. Union trying to capitalize off the turnover once again. They've made 16 points off of Lee mistakes tonight. But look at that double team defense. And underneath, that one was forced. And it goes back to Union. Heads up play by Macy Lee. And here come I always say when this happens, and there are some subs that came in for Lee, it looks like we've got more people than in the population of a small town coming back in to replace the starters. And Cameron checks back in. Union trying to go for the first double-digit lead of the contest. And the jumper, quick release. 3 is not there. But the foul on the offensive board by Brooke Hampel, and she has hit double digits on the boards. That's 10 for Brooke, and she's had 4 offensive rebounds. So Brooke will go to the free throw line, 5 of 7 so far tonight. She has 7 points in the game. And she nails it. Eight points, 10 rebounds, and a chance for a 10-point lead, the first 4-possession lead of the game. Short. But Union with the offensive board. Wide open for the 3. No. Short. Just not quite enough on it. Now look at the speed down the floor. That goes astray, and trying to scramble to save it. And Callis comes down with it. She has 4 rebounds tonight. Look at another spin move here. Fall away. It's there. Emma Callis with 10. Union by 11, and the crowd is into it. Lady Bulldogs were on top by 6 at halftime, and it is a 9-4 run as they have started the first 4 minutes of this second half. And trying a reverse layup, and it doesn't go. She had too many hands in her face. Low center of gravity by Brooke Hampel. Didn't quite get it to go, but she goes to the line again. And the foul is on Addison Smith. That's her second. So she will check out. That's a tough one for them because she's their leading rebounder, but at the free throw line and an opportunity to hit double figures is Brooke Hampel. She was one of those injured players that missed about 4 contests for Union back in the early part of February. Got them both. Brooke has been camping out there tonight. A 13-point lead now. Lee now having to play, not yet with a sense of what you would call sheer urgency, but there's the big bomb, and they're trying to come back with the long ball, and that's going to be a foul on Union, and Lee will play it underneath. And they get Hampel back up. That's the second foul on Brooke, and so Shanique Lucas will check back in. Hampel and Callis are the 2 leaders for Union with 10. And Johnson to toss it in. Mark Campbell has often said, and you got to whistle away from the ball. And apparently it's Shanique Lucas. At least that was the signal that we saw. That is the second foul on Shanique. And wide open underneath. Somebody went to sleep and did not pick up Cameron, and she nailed it in. So 5:37 to go in the third quarter. Union on top, 42-29. Your score is 42-31. They had not registered on the scoreboard Cameron's basket that was right before the timeout was taken. And if you want to know why Marty Rowe's teams have been so successful over the years, defense has been the huge key. They have held the opponents in the Gulf South, one of the toughest conferences in the country, to 57 points a game. That's probably not going to happen with Union tonight, but you're going to win some games even on off nights, and that pass was no authority on it whatsoever, and Lee with the steal and an opportunity to try to shave some more off of this deficit. And the foul is going to be, it looks like it's going to be on that's on Leah Cauble, her first. She'll check out. And Brooke Hampel came back in. Still lots of time in this one. And this Lee team has made many, many comebacks from deficits larger than this and on this floor previously. Going to take it right up the middle, and the line drive shot goes through. So Lee has picked up the last 4 points. The 13-point lead is down to 9 for Union. Mark Campbell, what do you tell you? Teams like Lee are going to make a run, but you've got to answer them. High three is there. Lauren West with a big one. Union with a 12-point lead again. Both these teams well prepared for each other. And the foul on the drive. And they're going to have a discussion about it. And the foul is charged to Brooke Hampel. That will be her third. And considering the kind of game she's had tonight, that's not something Mark Campbell wanted to see. Let's take time out. Union on top by 12.
When you hear our name, know that it comes with a promise to give back to the community that built us. A promise to provide a human touch in a world that is becoming more automated. Ever since we put our roots down in Jackson in 1996, we have aspired to be community-focused by supporting programs and organizations that are important to our city. At First Bank, it is our mission to be present in our community and to continue the belief that when you bank local, you get more. Member FDIC.
Back live, Union on top 45-33 against the team that has been one of its intense arch rivals going back to the NAIA years for both of these schools. And they tend to bring out the best in each other. And free throw is there. Lee, a 75% free throw shooting team. And Mallory Hampton with a chance to double it up, and does. You expected that from her. 84% free throw shooter. Williams, Johnson, LeFew, they are all right on the cusp of 80% from the line. They're not the kind of players you want to put on the line if you're trying to make a comeback late in the game. 4 minutes to go in the third period. Intense defense. Jumper, short. Macy had it, just could not get it up high enough. And trying to take it all the way down the lane, and that one was stripped away. Union had three players almost triangling it. There you go, down the stretch. And finding the young lady who's having herself a night tonight. She's got a double-double, 12 points, 10 rebounds. And Union back to the 4-possession lead. I know the Lady Flames want to get this thing down back to single digits from the corner. The three is not there. High is Jazzy Ann Houston for the rebound. And Jazzy's going to take it down underneath. Macy Lee, no. And Union's going to have to hurry back down on defense because they had numbers for a moment, but Lee decides to slow it down. This student body is alive tonight in Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Taking it low. Jumper is there. And Hampton is getting hot. She has 12. It is Lauren West. Yes! Quick release, Lauren. The best of the West nails it, and it is a 50-37 game. Lauren with 9, and boy, do they love seeing her back in the lineup. Wide open underneath, and overshooting it. Oh, my goodness. Mahonen was there all day and couldn't make it go. That's the 9th layup that Lee has missed. Just think what it would be if they had made even half of those. And sensing the defenders were crashing in on her, Jazzy Ann Houston will go to the line for 2. And you've got wholesale substitutions coming in again for Union. The foul was on Hurst. That is her 2nd. Jazzy does not get to the free throw line that often during the season, but she delivers. This would make it a full 5-possession lead, and that third quarter turning point is so huge. It's almost like round 3 of the Masters when they call that moving day, and that happens so often with so many teams since women's basketball has gone to the quarters. Moving quarter is the third, and that they're going to have to hurry to save it. Great hustle to hang on to it. And again, Marty Rose spreads them out, and underneath, the bank shot is there. And quickly back down on defense is Mahonen. They got to hurry to save it. Union slowing the tempo a bit. Boy, there is a big battle going on between Lauren West and Mahonen. Now down to 7. They got to hurry, and they threw it away. That was a case of one too many passes, and Lee was adept at being able to sense that and came up with the steal. And they worked one-on-one in the foul. That's the 3rd on Shiley Morrison, so checking back in will be Zenson and Brooke Hampel. And Lauren West checks out. At the line once again is Hampton. And she nails it. You just have to believe this young lady. She is going to be there for all of it. This senior. In the clutch, she delivers. Union trying to keep this at a double-digit lead going into the 4th quarter. 17 on the shot clock. They go to the inside and forced. And getting the follow, but I don't believe that's going to count. That's the 2nd foul on Mahonen. That is the 15th foul, so that is going to send Emma Callis to the free throw line. She's hit the 2 that she has had so far tonight. 10 points, 6 rebounds, and nails it. Union has really been trying to force their way in, and they lead now in offensive rebounds 9-7. And Emma with both of them. A 54-41 game. You figure each of these teams will probably have one more possession in the 3rd period. Union has backed off as much intense full court pressure in this 2nd half. And trying to take it right down the middle. Hampton, that little fall away doesn't go. She was open and had the range, but it wouldn't go. Shot clock is off. Now they're down to 8. It's going to be a one-on-one. Turn, spin move, left hand, doesn't go. And it's knocked out of bounds with 0.6 of a second remaining. All you have time for is a volleyball tip at most. And I don't know if Mark has a play designed for fractions of a second. And she lets it go. It's short. Olivia Lee tried to make something happen. I don't know if it would have counted regardless, but Union with a big third quarter in which they had a 23-16 edge, and they lead it 54-41. We'll have the final 10 minutes after this. Well, you see some of the fun and games going on during timeouts here with some of the Union students playing a little bit of blind man's buff. I'm not sure what the prize was. 54-41 as we get ready, and Union has an important first possession of the fourth quarter. They have a 5-possession lead. And a night when Shanique Lucas has been held scoreless. Mark Campbell, again, full confidence in really about most of his lineup, regardless of where they are. On the corner for the three. No, short. Trying to scramble to get the offensive board, but Brooke could not come up with it. They're open for the three. No, too much on it. And this may be an over-the-back call. They'll play it underneath on Emma Callis. That would be her second. And you can hear some of the editorial comments coming from certain partisans here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. So Lee will play it underneath. The Lady Flames desperately wanting to have another 20-win regular season, but they have to win both of them this weekend against Union and Christian Brothers. And the move has to start now, and the iron was unkind for Mahonen. Hampton is the game leader with 14, Mahonen with 12. Jazzy thought about a three. Macy Lee with that spin move and the foul. That is the third on Mallory Hampton. Olivia Lee checks out for Union. But I don't think Marty Rowe is thinking anything at all about bringing Hampton out in the fourth quarter here with 3 fouls on Hampton. He's got to go with her all the way. Down to 10 on the shot clock. A minute has expired here in the fourth. Now Union's got to hurry. And Jazzy, no. It did hit the iron. Oh, that's going to be an over and back violation, and Jazzy's just going to let it go. That was one of those, I think there was some miscommunication, but the ball did strike the iron. It has to, in order not to be a 30-second clock violation. So Lee, another opportunity to try to slice this lead. Well, and Houston's not going to let her have any open space. And the offensive foul. That is, unfortunately for Lee, the fourth on Mallory Hampton. And that's turnover number 14. Union has picked up 19 points off of Lee turnovers in this game. There you go. Underneath. The give and go perfectly executed to Emma Callis with 14, and timeout is called. Union's up 56-41. I want to say a great thank you to our fine sponsors, not only locally in Jackson, but on our regional feed. We do appreciate your support of Gulf South Conference basketball. It is, without you, we wouldn't be doing this, and we appreciate it greatly. That was Associate Head Coach Jan Spangler, as Marty Rowe is having an extensive discussion with one of the officials about the kind of contact that's going on in tonight's game. Mark Campbell stressing to his team, as I've heard so many times when he has been in a huddle like this, is that you don't start playing not to lose. You keep doing what brought you to this point with a 15-point lead and 8 minutes and change remaining in the ball game. And Hampton also with the fourth foul, still having a discussion with the officials. And Union is going to bring 3 defenders back up for some all-court pressure. They get it across in about 5 seconds. But if you told me that Union would have a 15-point lead and that Olivia Lee, and there's a steal, and Houston all over it again, takes it all the way up and down the lane. It doesn't fall, but she's fouled. Boy, she has taken more spills tonight than milk that comes out of the refrigerator. And that's the third on Mahonen. So Jazzy and Houston with 4. If you told me that at this stage of the game that you would have Shanique Lucas and Olivia Lee with only 5 points between the two of them, and that Shanique would not have scored, I would have said there's no way Union was going to be leading in this game, and they're up 16. And Houston with the perfect spin, and Union now with a 6-possession lead. Here is where the sense of urgency has to happen for Lee. Down 17 at this point. They cannot afford to take 20 to 25 seconds on each possession because there's not going to be that many possessions left to come back and make the kind of rally to give them a chance to win it. And they've taken 22 seconds in this possession. Big bomb. Nope, iron unkind. They get the offensive board. The left hand does not go. Union comes away with it. They've got some numbers. It's 4 on 3, and Houston all the way and can't get it up high enough, and that's going to be an over the back. Foul is on Macy Lee. That is her first. Marty Rowe brings in 4 subs. And Union is going to keep 3 up front. Actually, and Houston is right at the midcourt stripe. So it's almost a 4-defender all-court pressure and the offensive foul. And that's going to do it for Hampton. So Mallory Hampton leaves as the game's leading scorer with 14 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, but she got in foul trouble in the first half, and she will see the rest of this contest on the bench. And Union potentially with a chance to go up 20. Hampton is replaced by Haley Johnson. Haley averages 8 a game. Those cross-court passes that Union just somehow is almost like watching a maze on the diagram of how they get it through. Macy Lee, the curl hook doesn't go, but it's going to go out of bounds. Possession to Lee. There's still time for the Lady Flames with 7 minutes, but they have to get multiple stops, as well as they've almost just every time down the floor, they have got to be able to come away with points. Here's a steal. It's Lucas. Can she come up with her first one of the game? Turns, spins, overshoots it. She's had 4 steals tonight. But Shanique has been snake bitten as far as the scoreboard is concerned. They go for the high arcing bomb, and again, it has been a rough night. 2 of 16 in 3-pointers. You just have a difficult time making any progress. Right in the hands of the quick-handed Shanique Lucas. 5 steals tonight for her on the season, 84. And Union shaving a little bit of time off now as we get to the 6-minute mark. The big 3. No, off the mark. They get the offensive board. Another 3. That time it goes. Leah Cauble nails it. And Union by 20. Let's take time out for this. Well, for Marty Rowe, there's probably nothing else he can say to his team other than stick to the game plan. And I could tell from his discussion with the official, he is not crazy about the way this game is being called tonight because of the number of offensive fouls that have been charged to his team. And, of course, he has lost Mallory Hampton, his leading scorer. But all you can do is just stay with your discipline. It is hard to do against the team with the all-court pressure that Union employs. And the only team that has had a key to unlock that and score victories over Union has been Valdosta State, the conference leader. Union, a win tonight would make them 27-2 and 21-2 in the conference. And it would be their 5th straight victory. They had streaks of 12 and 10 that were both snapped by Valdosta State. And to toss it in is Burgess. And Union still with 3. It's more like a half-court trap press. Union had a couple of instances in the first half in which they were beaten down the floor, employing all 5 in the backcourt. And again, Lee is using up a lot of time in the possessions. And on the drive, the foul. And that may have been either Lauren West. Yeah, that's Lauren West. That'll be her first. And to the line is Delbridge. She has not been there tonight. And she connects. A 19-point Union lead. This young lady from Cheyenne, Wyoming. And made her way all the way across the country to play for Marty Rowe at Lee University. And she's playing for an outstanding coach. Union's going to try it down the baseline, and that one just wouldn't go for Hampel. She tried that little ice cream scoop. Union's missed 10 layups tonight. And the drive to the inside and overshooting it, and it's going to be a foul. So Cameron will go to the line. That's the third foul on Shanique Lucas. And she connects. That was Cameron's first trip to the free throw line. Haley, a transfer from Eastern Illinois, and short. And it's going to be a foul inside the paint, and Union will play it underneath. Nope, we're going to come back down the other way because that is the 15 foul on Lee. And 4 of them are going to come over and have a conversation with Mark Campbell. And we just got word Valdosta State has won tonight, so they have indeed cinched the number 1 seed in the Gulf South Conference tournament. So Union will be the number 2 seed as Emma Callis nails her 13th point. But Union and Valdosta State and the numbers 3 and 4 seeds will all 4 have home games next Tuesday night that will be available to you on Flow Sports. And Lee again trying to use the discipline of their offense, and the tripping foul is going to be called to the displeasure of the local partisans on Brooke Hampel. That'll be her 4th. And getting set to check back in is Olivia Lee. But Union has turned tonight to the combination of Emma Callis and Brooke Hampel, 26 points between the 2 of them. And that one is there. Cameron with 6 tonight and 4 rebounds. In and out. Callis the rebound. And this is what Mark Campbell expects on a night when some of his starters are just not delivering at the level they customarily do. His bench is done brilliantly tonight. Working one-on-one against Cameron. 7 on the shot clock. Now open for the 3. Oh, Olivia Lee sinks it. 8 for Olivia, and you can see how they feel about it as Union is back up by 21. It was a 6-point lead at halftime, 31-25. Here goes Lucas, and she's fouled from behind, so Shanique has an opportunity to finally get on the scoreboard from the free throw line. But how about this? That is the 6th steal in this game for Shanique Lucas, 85 on the season. Now let's see, are they going to play it from outside? Because that is the 15th foul. Well, that surprises me. If indeed it was, and the scoreboard shows 5 team fouls, that should have been a basket opportunity. The jumper, short, well short. That one may have been tipped. Under 4 minutes. Lee is just going to do whatever it can to try to make this a respectable outcome. Steal again. 7 steals for Shanique Lucas. That's what makes her so deadly whenever she is not scoring. She's just doing it on defense. And directing traffic, as you just saw. The curl and the foul. Emma Callis with 16 points. What a night she and Brooke Hampel have been having. Cameron checks out. And a chance for a 3-point play for Emma Callis. 5 of 9 from the floor tonight, and she's perfect from the free throw line. 6 for 6. 9 rebounds. And a little bit tired. You could see it hang up on the lip. But Union by 23, and it looks ever more, and traveling. Said she took an extra step. So Union will play it over in the corner. 21st turnover they have forced, and they've scored 28 points off of those mistakes. And they have a 23-point lead, so you can see where the difference is made. Morrison thinking about the three. Union is scooting a little time off the clock. Oh, a dangerous pass. From the corner, the jumper. It would not fall, and they scramble for it, and it's going back to Lee. But if Union manages to get one more basket in this contest, they will have registered their 100th straight game winning by scoring 70 or more points. That is a stat and a streak that is almost incomprehensible. Down to the 2.5-minute mark. And trying to take it down the baseline. And getting it home is Williams for her first basket. So Jazzy slows it up as we approach 2 minutes to go. And they're working one-on-one. And, oh, my goodness, that one looked dangerous. And did Mark call a timeout? I think he did, because, boy, it looked a little bit dangerous as far as the knee was concerned down there. We got 2:01 remaining. Union will still have it with 7 seconds on the shot clock right after this. Union will put this one in the books with a victory with a much larger margin than I'm sure that even they were expecting coming into this one tonight. Hampel will toss it in, but they're going to have to hurry to come up with this one. Macy Lee got to get the spin move going, and she got to do it now, and didn't. That was a case of just not being able to judge how much time was left on the shot clock. The 11th turnover for the Lady Bulldogs. And they've only brought 2 defenders in the all-court press. And a steal once again. How many can you have in a game? Well, Union has had in the game tonight 13. Lady Bulldogs haven't scored, and they're going to go to the floor, and this one could be a coast-to-coast. And Ann Houston managed to knock it away to keep it from being a down the stretch. Union hasn't scored in 2 minutes. It's not going to have any effect on the outcome of the game, but that 70 mark is one that has been very crucial. There's another one. The 14th steal of the game. And Houston directing the traffic. And finding an opening was Macy Lee, but she had to back off of it. Down to 10 on the shot clock. Macy with a fall away. Too high off the glass, but she's fouled. That's the second foul on Mila Williams. So Macy Lee, this place gets almost like a morgue late in the game when they're at the free throw line. Macy with 6. She had been held scoreless at halftime. High arcing three doesn't go, and the foul, and it looks like it's going to be an over-the-back violation charge to Brooke Hampel, and that'll be her 5th. So Brooke fouls out with a double-double, 12 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals. She was 8 of 11 from the free throw line. What a night she has had. And they get the free throw. Williams with 3 in the contest. And Union with one more opportunity to hit that 70 mark. So Marty Rowe is pretty well emptying his bench, as this one is in the books, but these two teams could well face each other again somewhere in the Gulf South Conference tournament next week. It seems like they always do, regardless of where they're seated. That was knocked away, and it goes back to Lee. So Union with 13 turnovers in the game, but they have collected 29 points off the 23 turnovers that Lee has delivered. I don't think the Lady Bulldogs are going to hit the 70 tonight, because they would not get the ball back. Well, here they go. They get the steal. Shot clock is off, and let's see if they just burn it out. And you're beginning to hear the sustained applause coming from corners, and they are going to just burn it off. The Lady Bulldogs up by 6 at halftime, win it by 20, 69-49. 27-2 on the season, 21-2 in the Gulf South Conference, as Buster Bulldog. Glad hands all around this big crowd here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Let me give you the totals here. Mallory Hampton, after struggling in the first half, ended up with 14 points to lead the Lady Flames. 12 points for Anna Mahonen. She was 6 of 10 and had 8 rebounds, almost came away with a double-double. For Union, and again, as I told you, if you had told me that they would be a 20-point victor with Shanique Lucas not scoring in the entire game, I would have said you're nuts. It wouldn't happen. Shanique didn't score tonight, but she did have 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and 7 steals that led, the 7 steals led to 9 Union points during the game. Let's go down the rest of it. 7 for Courtney Zinson. She had a couple of threes. Olivia Lee, who was scoreless at halftime, had 8. She had a couple of threes. Jazzy Ann Houston, Macy Lee, who was scoreless, and Jazzy Ann Houston, both of them were scoreless at halftime. They ended up with 6 each. 9 points for Lauren West. It was great to see her back in the lineup, and she nailed 3 3-pointers, and they came at critical points to extend the lead for Union. Leah Cauble with 5. But the big guns tonight came off the bench. It was Brooke Hampel with a double-double, 12 points, 11 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals. She was 8 of 11 from the free throw line. Emma Callis was the game's leader with 16 points. She was 5 out of 9 from the floor. Was 6 of 7 from the free throw line. Just missed a double-double herself with 9 rebounds. So tonight, our Flow Sports co-players of the game, because they just did everything you asked for them, combining for 28 points and 20 rebounds. Emma Callis and Brooke Hampel are our co-players of the game tonight, and our congratulations to both of them as the Lady Bulldogs win their 5th straight, and they will be ready to go into the season finale on Saturday, right back here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium against Shorter from Rome, Georgia. Now, about 25 minutes from now, we will be back with the men's half of this doubleheader right here on Flow Sports. So we hope that you will stay tuned for that, and it'll be a great pleasure to have you with us. But until then, this is Steve Beverly saying so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee, where the final score was the Union Lady Bulldogs 69 and Lee's Lady Flames 49. This has been a presentation of Flow Sports, the Gulf South Conference, and its member institutions. Good evening, everybody. Live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium in Jackson, Tennessee. Flow Sports proudly presents Gulf South Conference basketball. Tonight, the homestanding Union University Bulldogs welcoming Lee University's Flames. Good evening, everyone. I'm Steve Beverly. I'll bring you the play-by-play this evening, and this is going to be a matchup with two teams that have different missions. Lee has already sewn up its spot in the Gulf South Conference tournament, coming in 19-6, 16-6 in the Gulf South. For Union, it really is virtually a situation of do or die this weekend. Mathematically, they could probably still make the conference tournament with one loss either tonight or on Saturday against Shorter, but the Bulldogs tonight come in 12-14. They are 9-13 in the Gulf South Conference. They are in 9th place. They lost 2 on the road last weekend that just got away from them, and so they hope for a duplication of what happened when they were in Cleveland in January when they defeated Lee 72-68. It'll be a tall order. There's no question about that. The Bulldogs coming in averaging 78 points a game. Same for Lee. But the big key is Ahmad Johnson, the Union bench player who has really been one who has struck a fire under this team, averaging 17 points a game, along with the freshman Jordan Pike, averaging 14. They are going to face a big challenge against Beyond Hendricks. He's averaging 17 a game, and in fact, they have 4 players for Lee that are in double digits. J.J. Barnes with 12, Noah Bowler-Kyle, 11, and Tim Vaughn, 10. But the key for Bowler-Kyle is that he has to be one of the top percentage field goal shooters in the entire country, 71% from the floor. It is going to be a big challenge for him, and particularly for his defenders tonight, whether that happens to be Jeremiah Littlepage or any of the others on this Union team. In case you missed the women's game, the Lady Bulldogs won 69-49 over the Lee Lady Flames. Valdosta State's victory tonight assures the Blazers of the top seed in the tournament by virtue of their 2 victories over Union. Union will have the number 2 seed, and next week, whether it is men or women, all of the conference tournament games, and there will be 8 of them, 4 men's and 4 women's conference games, all of them will be available to you on Flow Sports. So check the Flow Sports app for the time of the telecast in your area. So tonight, this is really, you have to say, it is it for Union. They cannot afford to have another one, and they've had about 3 this season where they have led more than 90% of the game and just have not been able to make it happen down the stretch. It's going to be a loud student body here tonight. This is Hawaiian theme night. There are a lot of them dressed in these loud Islander shirts, and they also have a tremendous number of people dressed in leis tonight. And, of course, anytime Union and Lee play, these are 2 schools that are really, if you stop and think about it, over the years, both in women's and men's basketball, within the Gulf South Conference, Union and Lee are extraordinary rivals. And there is Bowler-Kyle. And there is Vaughn. He shoots 52% from the floor. Beyond Hendricks, he's the big gun, 17 points a game. 136 assists. So he does it all. And then you got Barnes coming on. J.J. Barnes. He averages 12 a game. And then Dalton Tariq Doughton, he's a strong three-point shooter, 38% for the season. And now here comes the light show, here comes the fog, and here come the Bulldogs. Here's the super freshman, Jordan Pike. He's a multiple freshman of the week award winner this season in the Gulf South. Devaki Gar, who has worked his way into the starting lineup, he's also been a freshman of the week. Parker Applegate, he and Littlepage are the two leading rebounders for Union. Lane Sarver. And here's the 6'6 senior, Jeremiah Littlepage. And Jeremiah, the leading rebounder for the Bulldogs, and he's also the number 2 scorer. And we are about set to go. Bubba Smith giving his team their final instructions. This is Bubba's 12th year at the helm of this outstanding Lee University team. I said 12th, this is 8th year. But I'm sure that he is very hopeful that is going to continue. It's a wonderful school, great values both of these schools have, but the folks in Cleveland, Tennessee, they're so proud of what Lee University means to that community just outside of Chattanooga, and we certainly are always glad to welcome them here. And Littlepage will be jumping it against Bowler Kyle. And I think we're about set to go. And let the games begin. The tip goes to Lee. In case you just tuned in, Union defeated Lee in Cleveland 72-68 back in January. And great block underneath. Excellent job. And trying to take it all the way down, overshooting the layup was Gar. So the two teams exchange misses as we begin this first half. One of these days, I don't know, it'll be in my immediate lifetime, maybe we'll get the men's college basketball rules to go to quarters, which they're the only level, and that one couldn't get the arm extension high enough. This is the only level of basketball is men's college basketball that still plays in quarters, plays in halves. The Olympics are in quarters. The NBA is in quarters. High school is in quarters. It's time. They were looking for Pike to cut underneath for a possible alley-oop, but miscommunication on the pass, and Dave Niven trying to get his team settled down a little bit and not make those kinds of mistakes. They work the perimeter again. This team is very, very intense. They're physical. And Bowler Kyle tried to go in with it. The fall-away jumper is not there, and it is Pike high for the rebound after the miss by Vaughn. So we have played nearly 2 minutes, and nobody is on the board yet. A lot of crisp passing and going for the bomb. Nope, air ball. So we're going to get down to under 18 minutes here and just barely saving it from being an over and back. And we have played 2 minutes and nobody has scored. And a foul. No, they say They say he took a step before he dished it off, so that's a turnover. Lane Sarver to toss it in. Gar, who has had really some solid outings since he joined the starting lineup, and he earned his way in there. And from the corner, the three. It's there! Parker Applegate with the first basket of the game. We went 2.5 minutes, and finally somebody delivered. This Lee team, so well disciplined. They try for the answer shot. It is not there. A student body that is standing tonight to try to add some energy to this Union team that desperately wants to get to 500, but also, and the bank is there. Hop, skip, and jump for Pike. So these two guys that are newcomers to the Union team this year have delivered the first 5. They've got a three, and it's short. And they get the offensive rebound. Going for another bomb. It's Iron Unkind time. Almost a steal by Pike. And they go inside the paint. That was a marvelous double spin move, but it is Littlepage who snatches away the rebound. Littlepage trying to go to the inside off his foot. Gar gets an opening, short. So Union can't extend it to a 3-possession lead. And the floater goes through, and they were going for the alley-oop, and it could not get the angle right. The geometry was wrong for that. Littlepage with it. He loves to work one-on-one. These two teams have studied tape of each other in addition to that first outing that they had back in January. Fall away is beautifully rejected by Bowler Kyle. And finally, down the stretch with the stuff is Vaughn. So Lee went nearly 5 minutes before scoring its first basket. Tell you what, Bowler Kyle is a tremendous defensive player. And a big one again. Another three delivered by Pike. And we haven't even had a stoppage of the clock yet. And open for the three. Not there. Again, Bowler Kyle trying it, but not delivering. They're a 36% three-point shooting team. That one tipped. Pike works one-on-one. Union under 10 on the shot clock. Littlepage trying to go through his defender, and the floater won't drop. And we have played almost 6 minutes without a stoppage. And the bank does not go. Barnes tried to deliver it, and it just would not fall. They are 1 out of 11 from the floor. That is so uncharacteristic of this team that shoots 47% for the season. Don't kid yourself, they'll be in there. Pike delivers. He weaved twice and sashayed in to make it a 10-2 game. So it has been the Pike and Applegate show so far. And Lee trying to see if they can work a screen down underneath. Under 10 on the shot clock. Union's man-to-man is working so far. That time, that's what they wanted to do the first time, and Bowler Kyle connects. You have to be careful of that because he's dangerous. We've played 7 minutes without a stoppage of the clock. Littlepage in trouble, but they finally back off the double team. Gar takes it all the way down with a floater. Union playing with a little bit of a mission tonight. The last weekend, unless they are, well, nope, they would not have a home game in the conference tournament. So this is the last weekend in front of the home fans. And the three by Barnes, the iron was unkind. And Gar, what a pass from the corner, yes! How about that for Lane Sarver? And timeout is called as Union takes a 15-4 lead. Back with more after this. That may be the longest that I have ever seen. It definitely is the longest of any game I've ever called in Division II NCAA without a stoppage of the clock. 7 minutes and 49 seconds we went before there was an out-of-bounds play, a free throw, and finally Bubba Smith called timeout. So here we go, Union with a 15-4 lead. A very explosive first nearly 8 minutes. Bulldogs shooting 55% from the floor, 60% in three-pointers. Lee, a very uncharacteristic 15%, and the Flames have missed all 5 of their three-pointers. You got to know that's going to turn around. They, again, are weaving it around the perimeter more than anything else. To the inside, the floater will not go. That is about the 4th floater that has missed for Lee. Crisp passing this team has. They have full confidence, and there's no panic in them because they got down 11 here in the early going. And with 3 on the shot clock, the steal. And here they go. JT DeBuck in the game now. And he comes up with that steal. That's his 26th steal of the season. And Union attempting to make this a 5-possession lead. Down to 7 on the shot clock. Not a lot of time left. DeBuck's going to have to put up a desperation, and it's short. It did hit the iron. They go for the 3. Yes! Ahmad Johnson just off the bench, and Union leads by 14 at 18-4. This is definitely not the start that the Flames were expecting. But this young Union team with its 5 freshmen in the fall-away 3 is again not there, and Johnson high for the rebound. Lee has missed all 6 from behind the arc. Dujan Djordjevic is in the game. Bounce pass went astray. They were trying to get it inside to Applegate, and we have another timeout. 10:19 remaining. Union 18 and Lee 4.
Can I get some? Whatever they went through together.
Welcome, guys.
Life well planned. See what a Raymond James financial advisor can do for you.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Dave Niven certainly has to be very happy with what he's seen from his Bulldogs to start with. Had a little bit of shaky start in the first minute, but here we are almost halfway through the first 20 minutes of play, and the Bulldogs up 18-4. And they've been helped along by the fact that Lee has not been able to drill a single three-pointer in this game in 6 attempts. And the Bulldogs also doing a good job on the board, out-rebounding the Flames 10-9. But as I say, you got to believe this is going to turn around. It just cannot stay this way all evening or all half long. They double-team, tried to get it on the inside, and it goes to Union. And you got a disagreement, but the Flames thought it was their ball, but they are sent back down the rest of the court. Jordan Pike checks back in. And JT DeBuck. He and Gar are both excellent floor leaders. And you see a lot of exchanges. Look at that behind the leg dribble. I don't know how he maintained the balance to do that. It's 20-4. 16-point lead for the Bulldogs, and they go underneath, and there's no way you're going to stop that one. Excellent job of Bowler Kyle getting open underneath. Let's see if Union can answer. Johnson, who has such a tremendous balance on the floor. The three is there. RCA Victor with the three. And it's 23-6. And we're more than halfway through this first 20 minutes. And finally getting a floater is Bowler Kyle. He has 4. But Bulldogs still on top by 15, and it's amazing to think that Lee only has 8 points at this stage of the game. They average 78 a game on the season, and they're holding their opponents to 67. Pike underneath. The bank is there to Ahmad Johnson. That's what this guy brings to the table for Union. And the Bulldogs up 6 possessions. And the fall-away jumper. Iron, unkind again. They get the offensive board. It's blocked, but they're going to charge Jordan Pike with a foul. So this is going to be our first free throw of the game, and we're 12 minutes into it. And in fact, that is the first foul of the game, that with Pike. And this is Walton. And he connects. Willie Walton averages 8 points per game. He doesn't get to the line that often, but they believe strongly in him. Iron again, unkind, and the rebound coming off to Pike. Pike is the game leader with 9 points. Applegate the rebounding leader with 4, along with Bowler Kyle. Pike, he came into the lineup right off the bat. He didn't have time to be a freshman. He thought about going for it there. He floats it in the middle, and the foul. Boy, if you don't think this guy wants it, and timeout is called again. Back with more after this. Jordan Pike looks as if he is bidding for another Freshman of the Week honor because he already has, in the first 12 minutes and a quarter of this contest, 11 points. He's in double digits already, and he's 5 for 6 from the floor. The Bulldogs shooting 65%. Bubba Smith's team, again, has not connected from behind the arc. They're 4 of 18 from the floor. That's not Lee Flame basketball. It just isn't, and that's why I say you've got to believe this is going to turn around. Athletic director and head women's basketball coach Mark Campbell greeting a number of the fans here tonight. 27-9, and you'll have Pike on the free throw line to try to make it an even dozen. And this will be Union's first trip to the line tonight. Pike having a humorous exchange with the official. So this guy, you got to think about him. By the time he's a senior, what kind of development and maturity he's going to have. In and out. And the rebound coming off to Vaughn. Pike is a 65% free throw shooter, so not unusual for him to miss a single shot at the line. And going to the deck hard was Pike, and the basket goes through. Vaughn cuts it to a 16-point game, but what Union sincerely wants to try to do is to keep the accelerator on. And Pike couldn't get it up high enough, and the rebound to Bowler Kyle. He had the look at it, just didn't float it up and couldn't extend the arm high enough. And the big bomb. In and out again. Lee is snake bitten tonight. 7 in a row that they've missed. The fall away. No. McGuire the rebound. And let's see how Bubba Smith plays this one. They tried to go, and they could not make it. And they say it was off the hands of Pike. And Dave Niven is trying to argue it. The officials are going to discuss it. The trailing official has come forward. And he agrees with the front line official. Applegate checks back in for Union. Pike gets a rest. He won't be out of the lineup long. This has been a very fast first half. And they were working against DeBuck, and they almost lost it. The three, again, off the mark. The follow is not there. And RCA Victor came down with the rebound. Now again, watch the speed and Little Page is back in there. He'll set screens. But watch how they try to break away and get separation underneath. Fall away jumper is there. DeBuck with his first basket, and Union by 18 once again, matching its largest lead. And that's going to be an over the back violation, an uncharacteristic mistake for Lee. Willie Walton checks back in for the Flames. And Union attempting to get one off of a turnover, and they already have 8 such points tonight. So Ahmad Johnson will toss it in. Already you've had 7 different Bulldogs to score and only 4 Lee players. Little Page working one-on-one, trying to get it high behind his defender, and it didn't fall. He had the bank, but it was just a little bit too far left for the geometry to be right. And that's going to be a foul. You had to feel that that was going to be Applegate called there. But this game started at about 7:42. We've only played 29 minutes on the floor. And we played 15 minutes of game action. RCA Victor checks out, and coming in, it's Jordan Pike. He's rested enough. Hendricks, 69% free throw shooter, misses them both. Slowing it down is JT DeBuck. Good to see my good friend Gary Neese here tonight. And that pass went, I guess it was like the bus from nowhere. It just, nobody was there, and they were expecting a cutter, and I guess only a ghost could have captured that one. As we approach the 5-minute mark. And Lee somewhat shell-shocked here in this early going. They go for the three, and that one may have been tipped, but it didn't matter. It went. Excellent job by Daughton. That's the first three in 9 attempts tonight for the Flames. And they knock a full possession off that lead from a 6 to a 5 possession margin for the Bulldogs. Here goes Pike, who is unafraid of anybody. Went too far right. He was off balance. And wide open for the three, and it's there. A line drive for Vaughn, and Dave Niven is going to call timeout as suddenly an 18-point lead is down to 12. Back in a moment.
The award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. The premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Your life, your home,
Your business. Your future.
Focusing on you, West Tennessee Bank strives to serve its clients in every season of life. With vast experience in personal and business banking, we take pride in guiding you through significant events. At West Tennessee Bank, we help you realize your dreams.
West Tennessee Bank is a division of Decatur County Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. West Tennessee Bank, focused on you.
After Union grabbed that 27-9 lead with 7:44 to go in the first half, Bubba Smith's team has struck back with an 8-2 run in the last 3 minutes and 24 seconds, and they have closed it down to 29-17 with 2 3-pointers, and they went such a long dry spell. In fact, they went 15 minutes without connecting from behind the arc, missed 8 in a row, but now they seem to have found the range. And Dave Niven decided to stop it before things got out of hand. And Lee is now going to show a little bit of all-court pressure. They've got 2 defenders out front, so it's more, not even really like a true half-court trap. And Union is bringing 3 in the backcourt. Dangerous lob pass, but it managed to get to Johnson. They're still going to have a huge night for Johnson to be able to pull off a victory against Lee tonight. I just have that strong feeling. Down to 8 on the shot clock. Johnson with that fake. Couldn't get the bank. Needed to be just a little bit more left. So Union has missed in its last 3 possessions down the floor. And Lee wanting to get this one down to single-digit lead. 10 on the shot clock. And trying to get a screen going, and he had to move his own man out of the way. And the floater right down the middle, just as the horn went off for Hendricks. So we have seen that 18-point lead go down to 10 now in a period of about 4.5 minutes. Littlepage. And the foul. But he's not going to the line. It was not a shooting foul. And believe it or not, we've only had 4 personal fouls called in the entire first half, 2 on each team. You've got 1 on Bowler Kyle and 1 on Vaughn, and for Union, 1 on Applegate and 1 on Pike. So this is not something that the coaches are likely to go into the locker room at halftime terribly nervous about. Players in foul trouble, because there's none. Under 3 minutes, Union with 10 on the shot clock. They are really bearing down on Pike and Applegate. They got to hurry. Johnson travels. He couldn't control the ball, and as he bobbled it, dragged his foot, and so Union now with its 4th turnover. And you knew Lee was going to make that run here in the first half, that it was not going to be a 16 to 18-point game all the way through. Big battle with Littlepage and Bowler Kyle. And knocked away. And with 12 on the shot clock, Lee will play it as we've just gone under 2.5 minutes remaining. He thought about the 3. Dishing off. And the stuff. That's what this Lee team is so double tough with. And Bowler Kyle now with 6. And they have erased the 18-point lead down to single digits. That's much more manageable when you're trying to come from behind, and Union has been cold. Fall away for Littlepage. Doesn't go, but the tip high for that one. Excellent by Applegate. Great concentration to put Union back on top by 10 and end what was a 3-minute drought in Union being able to put any in. That low center of gravity by Barnes. He's just amazing. And went for the block and the foul. And that was on Applegate, but probably not a bad foul because of the fact that it probably would have been a piece of cake layup without that. So Vaughn is at the free throw line, a 62% shooter, but connects. As we oftentimes say, when they come into Union and they have a weak free throw percentage, they seem to do so much better when they're on this floor. Vaughn from nearby Chattanooga. And he delivers both of them, and it's back to the 8-point game with 90 seconds remaining in the first half. J.T. DeBuck also with a low center of gravity, and he plays with reckless abandon. They keep it behind the arc. Now they're going to have to hurry down to 7. And DeBuck's going to try to take it himself. They have to hurry, and they just simply did not concentrate well on the shot clock at all. Here goes a steal. Here goes Johnson. Down the stretch he goes and into the cushions behind the basket, and he's fouled. And Union stopped some momentum there with that play. So with 48 seconds to go, Ahmad Johnson will head to the line. He has 5 so far tonight. And this is only Union's second trip to the free throw line. Transfer from Kennesaw State in Georgia. Willie Walton back in. He's an excellent rebounder, and he's also the best three-point shooter on this Lee team, 47%. He's only been able to launch one tonight. And Johnson in and out. So Lee could cut this to a two-possession game, and don't think they aren't thinking about that. The jumper, it's inside, and it is delivered nicely. So Hendricks has 4, and the 18-point lead has been frittered away down to 7. We told you it was not going to stay that way because this Lee team was not going to fall apart just because the score was 27-9. Now DeBuck working time off the clock, trying to make it for the last reasonable shot of the half. They got to hurry. 3 with 2 with 1. He falls away and hits it. Takes it all the way down, and that is a textbook play. And timeout is called. We'll keep it right here with 1.2 seconds remaining, 32-25. Now let's see, once again, what they're doing is they're coming over to be sure. It will be 34-25 if they confirm the basket. They're coming over to be sure he released it before the shot clock expired. But if it stands, DeBuck's basket was just a textbook play of working the clock down, and the basket is good. So let's see what kind of play Bubba Smith can draw up with 1.2 seconds remaining. You just got to believe it's going to be a toss-in and just a big hurl. If they were able to pick up a 3 that way, it would explode their bench. And here we go. And that one is blocked and knocked away by Djordjevic. And that is the first half. Union with a lead is large as 27-9. And then here came a big burst by Lee as they outscored Union 16-7 in the final 4 minutes of the first half. And the Bulldogs still go to the locker room with a 3-possession lead, 34-25. Let's take a look at your Flow Sports scorebook. And it is Tim Vaughn, the leader for Lee, with 9 points. And Noah Buller-Kyle with 6, but he has 9 rebounds. He looks like he's headed for a double-double tonight. He's been getting a number of offensive boards. So they're your 2 big guns for Lee with 15 of the 25 points. For Union, it has been Jordan Pike night. 11 points. He's had 2 rebounds and an assist. 5 for 8 from the floor. Bulldogs shooting 52% from the floor. And 6 points for Ahmad Johnson. And one of those was a 3-pointer. Parker Applegate with 5 points, but he's the leading rebounder for the Bulldogs with 6. So we go to the locker room, and Union on top by 9, but you got to believe it's going to be a dandy of a second half. We're going to pause for a few moments, and then when we come back, we'll give you all of the team totals. So stay with us, everybody. It's time now for your Flow Sports halftime team statistics. And let's take a look at how this all stacks up. Union, percentage-wise, has been huge. 14 of 27 for 52%. Lee, that just had a horrible, nightmarish start, finally picked it back up a bit late in the half. 10 out of 27 for 37%. The big difference has been three-pointers. Union 5 out of 7 for 71%. That is way above Union. That's more than double Union's season average of 35%. Lee averages 36 on the season, but they were 2 out of 10, missed their first 8. And in fact, the three-pointers that they had late in the first half were largely responsible for slicing that 18-point lead down to 9. Had a big factor in that, but 20% for the Flames. Free throws, we have had so few personal fouls called. Union 1 out of 3 for 33%. That could be a factor down the stretch. Lee 3 out of 6 for 50%, so both teams shooting well below their season average from the stripe. Rebounds, Lee with the edge 19 to 15, and they have had a number of second chance opportunities because they have the edge in offensive rebounds 6 to 2. Turnovers have been very few in this game. Union has given it up 4 times, Lee 6. Union with the edge 9 to 5 in points off turnovers. But the keys to watch in the second half is whether that 3-point figure will go up for Lee and go down for Union. You just have to believe that at some point those outside shots are not going to drop with the rapidity that they did in the first half for Union, and they're not going to be that much out of the range for a Lee team that usually hits 1 out of every 3. That they're going to be able to pick up the pace with that a bit. So, and then watching rebounds, and particularly Union being challenged to go on the boards for their second and third chances at the basket. They've only had 2 offensive rebounds in this game, and that's a big factor. So those are your halftime statistics brought to you by Flow Sports. And we remind you again that Saturday afternoon we will be here at 2 o'clock Central Time as Union will take on Shorter. The women's game will be the first half, and then approximately 4-ish. It'll be the men's half of that doubleheader right here on the Flow Sports app. And then next Tuesday night, all across the conference, we'll be coming your way on Flow Sports with 8 conference tournament games, first-round games, 4 women's, 4 men's. So be with us for that because it's a Flow Sports exclusive, and we'll look forward to being with you. We'll have a Union women's game. Union will be the number 2 seed in the tournament. Valdosta State has clinched the number 1 seed. So Union will be playing here on Tuesday evening. Opponent still to be determined, but they'll play against the number 7 seed in the conference. Only the top 8 teams will make it. That is why this game is so crucial for Union's Bulldogs, because they almost have to give themselves a reasonable shot at getting in the number 8 slot. They almost have to win this game and one against Shorter, which will be on Saturday afternoon. Steve Beverly back with you for the entire second half. And it has been great to be with you folks during the course of this season. It's a great pleasure to continue on and have the opportunity. And this is my 27th season of calling college basketball, and I have enjoyed each and every minute of it. And I particularly want to salute our crew from Worthy Road Studios Productions right here in Jackson, Tennessee. They're the ones who bring you the pictures, and I've worked with some of the best people in the business here, particularly in Division II basketball. We're so proud to be a part of that organization. Union with the first possession, and so critical to get the first basket for the emotional lift it brings more than anything else. And Devaki Gar will work one-on-one in the backcourt. They need Pike to have another strong half as well. Sarver delivered a 3 in the first half. And he goes for another one. And he delivers. Lane Sarver with 6. Now that is a way to lift your team to open up a half. They're working against Applegate underneath. That was a tremendous move by Vaughn. He pivoted and then swung with the left hand, and it makes it so very difficult to defend if you have the ability to do that hook shot with the left hand. 10-point lead. It was 9 at halftime. They were trying to give and go, and it goes off the hands of Pike. Dave Niven says just wipe it off your memory bank and let's go on and concentrate on this defensive possession. Union has had situations this year where they've had large first half leads that have evaporated. And the foul is charged to Devaki Gar. That is his first. Only 6 personal fouls have been called in this game. J.J. Barnes to the free throw line. He transferred from West Georgia. And that's Barnes' first point of the game. 79% free throw shooter on the season. So you expect him to deliver. The graduate transfer can't get the second one, and it is Pike high for the rebound. And this is where, if you're Union, you want to get a 2-for-1. You got to look on every one of these possessions as so crucial. And it is Sarver again. And again he delivers. Sarver with 3 3-pointers, and they get a 3-for-1. It is 40-28. And they go underneath. The give and go perfectly delivered. Excellent for Bowler Kyle. He has 8. When they work that alley-oop, they're impossible to stop. And the timing and precision that it takes to be able to deliver that, that's going to be a foul. They attempted to get a steal on Pike, and that is the 3rd foul on Tim Vaughn. So he's the first player with any kind of foul trouble in the contest. And it looks like they're going to send in McGuire to replace him. They want Vaughn down the stretch. Littlepage, who's been rather quiet tonight, couldn't get the bank. Jeremiah is scoreless in the game and is 0 for 6. And that one is going to be charged to Gar. That is his second. So they've been calling a few more here in the second half, rather than those 4 fouls between the two teams that we had called in the first half. And let's see what Bubba Smith dials up here. They would love to be able to get an answer 3 to that big one. And the rebound, Littlepage finally snags it away. They missed the geometry on that one, and the foul from behind. So Sarver will toss it in. And Gar directing traffic. And this, look at Pike. He is so determined. Banks it home. Pike with 13. And Union back to a full 4-possession lead. And it's a big battle between Littlepage and Bowler Kyle. Right down the middle. No way you were going to stop Dalton on that one. This team has so many weapons on the floor. They just were so cold in the first 12 minutes of the game. And the bounce pass, which against that kind of defense is such a gamble, and that was somewhat of a freshman mistake trying to get it into Applegate. So Union with its 6th turnover. And this is where this lead team can really make you pay. They average 16 points off turnovers per game. And inside the paint, and it's short. A leaping rebound for Applegate. Now we're hitting that point. We're close to the first media timeout. We're getting to that point where the game is getting a little bit, I don't want to call sloppy, but you're just not seeing as much precision as we saw during the first half from either team. Fall-away jumper off the mark for Sarver, and Littlepage somehow extends his body to save it. And they've already got Ahmad Johnson back in there. Gar's going to try to take him himself. Probably should have. Yes! 4 3-pointers for Lane Sarver. It is a 5-possession lead for Union. And that was a miscommunication. They were trying to go. They were thinking that that Willie Walton was going to cut right, and instead he cut left, and they cough it up, and let's take time out with Union up by 13.
Dynamics Physical Therapy, your elite provider in sports medicine and performance. Now serving communities throughout West Tennessee.
What a night Lane Sarver has had, regardless of the outcome of this game, and Bubba Smith is trying to settle his team down from making what my former colleague, who is out in Tulsa, Oklahoma now, Jonathan Husky used to say as silly mistakes. And that one was one that we saw right before the timeout. And again, miscommunication is going to happen. And you get down the stretch here as you approach tournament time, and teams are going to start making mistakes like that. Not saying that you ease up on the pedal once you know you are safely into the conference tournament, and Lee is with a 16-6 conference record. But you're going up against a team right here in Dave Niven's Union Bulldogs that they know this has to happen tonight. It has to happen Saturday for them to have any mathematical chance to get into the conference tournament. Otherwise, you would have to have so many status of probability situations that you don't even want to think about that. And you got Buster Bulldog, who is leading the crowd in a little bit of a musical entertainment. And the Bulldogs will play it underneath their own goal, and there's not going to be any all-court pressure coming from Lee on this possession. Union could extend this with a long bomb. They could extend it to a 6-possession lead, but what they are trying to do is just go for the open shot. Ahmad Johnson. And they have got hemmed up in the corner was Gar. And the foul. So that will give Union another 20. That's on McGuire. It's his first. Only the team's second in the half. And we've just crossed the 15-minute barrier. Union's biggest lead was at 27-9. Since that time, Lee has outscored them 23-18. Littlepage tried the double spin move, and they pick him up. And they call a traveling violation on him, and so Union coughs up an opportunity. Littlepage has really been throttled tonight by this Lee defense that seems to be dedicated. The big three had a perfect screen, and it does not fall for Willie Walton. Union picking up the tempo once again. Now watch how the defense tries to encroach on the paint and make it difficult for Union to get a drive underneath. They've been doing that all night long, and there's a foul. And that is on Gray. Zach Gray, the 6'8 freshman from Hoover, Alabama, just outside of Birmingham, where the SEC baseball tournament is played every year. There he goes. Finally getting that floater bank shot, and it's the first one for Littlepage tonight, and Union by 15. And they're going to try to get an answer. Johnson is all over him. They've still got 15 to navigate a basket here. Union almost inviting him to shoot a three. And he almost lost it underneath, and it goes between the legs, and the turnover once again. That's the 8th mishap on the part. And going down underneath, it was blocked, but the follow is Littlepage. Johnson went to the deck hard and down hard as well. Willie Walton, oh my goodness. Let's hope this is just that he was just stunned as he went down. Let's take a break, and we'll come back, and we'll tell you how he's doing. Well, Willie Walton took a hard spill. It looks like they're going to help him up here. And I think what happened is that the collision, and he took one in the nose, and those are, I can tell you, for anybody in athletics, and if you have a collision like that, that is not fun, and it just stunned him. And they're over there to make sure that all of it is cleaned up. On the opposite side, Union with that basket goes back to their second largest lead of the game, 49-32. Let's check the scoreboard right now, and it is Tim Vaughn, the leader for Lee, with 11 points. That's better than his season average. Bowler Kyle has 8. The leading scorer, Hendricks, has been held to 4 tonight by Union's defense. For the Bulldogs, Jordan Pike, the freshman, with 13 points. And Lane Sarver with those 4 3-pointers, 4 for 5, and the 5th one that he shot was almost in the cylinder. He has 12, and the top rebounders are Applegate with 7 and Littlepage with 6. And I didn't think that Jeremiah was going to be quiet for the duration of this game, and he's come through with a couple of key baskets here that have continued to extend this lead, but there is plenty of time remaining with 13 and a half minutes remaining. The officials are going over to check to see if there was any kind of a flagrant foul. I do not think so. And they're going to come over and explain to both coaches, but apparently it's not going to take long because Dave Niven is already seated. So Union's going to back off and not really offer serious backcourt pressure, although they are going to leave Devaki Carr there. And he backs off himself. 13 and a half to go. Bulldogs by 17 in this crucial one for them to have an opportunity to make the conference tournament. And could not extend the arm high enough. That has happened a half dozen times tonight where they've had an opening, but they couldn't get it up high enough or get it inside the window. And the turnaround doesn't go, but it will be Pike going to the line, unless they said it was before he took the shot. That's the 4th foul on Tim Vaughn. So he is in critical foul trouble now. And it is going to be a 2-shot foul for Jordan Pike. 65% free throw shooter, but they need every one they can get tonight because they haven't been to the line that much. And again, and nobody gets more frustrated about that than Jordan does. Checking back in is J.J. Barnes, and he will spell Vaughn, and he's their leading scorer tonight with 11. So this is a frustrating time for the Flames losing him. And Pike with 14, and Union back to the full, matching their largest lead, the full 6-possession lead at 50-32. But you remember that happened before, and suddenly the 18-point lead was down to 9. Traveling, or did they call a foul? He went to the deck, and they did call the foul. And that one is on Lane Sarver. It's his first. And we're under 13 minutes remaining. And you just feel like that Lee at some point is going to have an explosive run. And they go for the bomb. Well, in and out. And let's see who grabs this one. And Lee's going to have numbers. They got a 4-on-2, and they go for the 3, and it still will not fall. They go for a third one. It still doesn't drop. And the rebound, finally, in the hands of Sarver. They had 3 3-pointers, and none of them could drop in. A little bit of a bump. That'll be the 15th foul. That's another big category right here, is that if they get that 7th team foul, Union will be in the bonus. Turnaround jumper will not drop. The iron was unkind for Ahmad Johnson. There's still plenty of time in this one. Being 18 down, Lee still has math on its side. And beautiful move by Bowler Kyle with 10. He's got a double-double tonight, 10 points and 10 rebounds. Boy, that young man's an outstanding player. He's a redshirt senior, but boy, they have enjoyed having him. And there's a steal. That's what we're talking about. And Little Page and the foul. That was one of those where probably Jeremiah wishes he had that one back. And timeout is called with 11:43 remaining, and Lee shows signs of waking up and making a move. We'll be back in a moment.
When you hear our name, know that it comes with a promise to give back to the community that built us. A promise to provide a human touch in a world that is becoming more automated. Ever since we put our roots down in Jackson in 1996, we have aspired to be community-focused by supporting programs and organizations that are important to our city. At First Bank, it is our mission to be present in our community and to continue the belief that when you bank local, you get more. Member FDIC.
Well, Dave Niven trying to settle his charges down. They were up 50-32, and suddenly in 2 possessions gave up 2 baskets, and another possession that there were 3 missed 3-pointers on the part of this Lee team that tonight, it is so uncharacteristic. 2 out of 14 for 14%. Union, on the other hand, shooting 54%, and on 3-pointers, an unheard of 80%, 8 out of 10. And you somehow have to believe they're going to have to stay right in that margin as Bubba Smith tries to get his team refocused. They should be going to the line when we come back to the floor, but he's trying to make some defensive adjustments in particular because they've had their opportunities from the floor, and the shots just aren't dropping tonight for the Flames. Rebounds even tonight at 23 all. In a big category, though, it's tightening up now. Union 11 points off turnovers to 8 for Lee. And it's Dalton on the free throw line. He hasn't been there tonight, but he has a chance for a 3-point play. 84% shooter. Short! And J.T. DeBuck with the rebound. You got to know, nobody feels worse about that than Dalton. And Union a big opportunity to get a 2-for-2 or a 3-for-2. Open for the three. No. And it tips around, and it's going into the hands of Gray. And they're on the bicycle, trying to get down in a hurry. Open for the three. Yes! They're on the warpath now as Barnes with his first three of the game, and they have sliced the lead down to 11, and Dave Niven's going to take a 30-second timeout. Back in a moment. Well, Bubba Smith has to be happy with what he has seen on the last 4 possessions, at least 3 of them, because his team has come up with 7 in a row to close the gap from 18 down to 11. Union was up 50-32, and then here you go. Aside from that one possession where they missed 3 3-pointers, they have suddenly found themselves definitely back into this one at 50-39. And Dave Niven decided it was time to talk things over. And he was also sensing the pace of the game moving in the direction of the Flames. A reminder, we'll be here Saturday afternoon at 2 and 4 on Flow Sports for the final regular season game for the Union Lady Bulldogs and Bulldogs. The Lady Bulldogs will be trying to end it up at 28 and 2 on the season. And they have had a marvelous season, to say the least about that. Shorter will be the opponent here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And the Bulldogs toss it in. This is another big possession to keep the emotional lift of being up double digits. After a timeout and you've given up 7 in a row, you want to get. And Johnson got it. High body extension on that three. That was a textbook for young people on how to shoot a three-pointer. Great follow through on his part. Let's see if Lee tries to match it. Fakes, but he doesn't go. And it was blocked by Littlepage. Now they go from the corner. Yes! So they match a 3-for-3, and Barnes, they get it down court, and Union coughs it away. They could cut this down to a single digit. Again from the corner, no. Pike with his 5th rebound. DeBuck, the jumper. No, short. Coming down with it is Vaughn. They've got him back in there with his 4 fouls. No. It's almost a carbon copy as Pike comes down with it again. And we're under 10 minutes to go. Same thing holds here. Big possession for Union to get a basket after the timeout and not let this go back to a single-digit game. Littlepage has been hemmed up all night long. And there you go, 2 in a row for Ahmad Johnson. He has 12, and the Bulldogs have knocked it back up 14. Timeout, Bubba Smith, and timeout for you to see this. Still plenty of time in this one for a Lee comeback, but Union has answered every charge that the Flames have had and now back up by 14 points with a 5-possession lead. The Bulldogs still shooting 54% from the floor, but an incredible 77% from behind the arc, 10 out of 13. That just doesn't happen to very many teams across the country at any level of college basketball. And it's been a nightmare for Lee, 4 out of 19 from behind the arc for 21%. And they're going to go inside. And the block from behind, and that's going to be on Sarver. That's the second on Lane. So Vaughn goes to the line. Again, a 62% free throw shooter, but they always seem to do well when they come to Fred DeLay Gym. And he's having a night tonight from the line. Vaughn is 3 for 3. And he's short, in and out. They looked as though they might go half-court trap, but they back off of it. Again, this is no time for Union to start playing not to lose in this game. Dangerous cross-court pass into DeBuck. They're down to 7 on the shot clock. Littlepage may have to take it himself. And the fall away, way short. Union just got rushed too much now. We're under 9 minutes. You see a lot of movement. And that one is, you could tell when he released it, it was going left. Barnes gave it a look. But you can almost see from our vantage point, we're well above everybody, that it appears when they don't get the range to start with, they may push it. Getting close to the 8-minute mark. Pike in all kinds of trouble. Fall away, not there. Littlepage is fouled. Again, another key offensive rebound. That's only the 5th for the Bulldogs in this game, but it came at an opportune time, and so Littlepage, a 71% free throw shooter, will go to the line. And that one bounds off to the left. Applegate comes in for Union, and Lowe comes in for Lee. And remember, Vaughn is playing with 4 fouls. You can tell from the look on this face, Jeremiah wants that one, and he got the Plinko drop. 57-43. Lee again trying to pick up the tempo. They know that they can't afford to take too many seconds too long, and right down the middle they go. Vaughn with 14, he's their leader. Dangerous bounce pass, and underneath. No, it rimmed out. Oh my goodness. Applegate had it and it caromed out. And the jumper, short. And it goes off of the hands of Lowe. And we have another media timeout, 7:36 remaining. Hang on, we got a lot more to go. Union by 12. We have one more media timeout. That'll come after 4 minutes when we have a break of the action. Each coach has 2 timeouts of his own remaining. A key category to watch, team fouls. Lee has committed 6, Union 5. So the next foul that Lee commits puts Union in the bonus. That could be a key factor coming down the stretch. Right now, it looks like Union firmly in control, and the Bulldogs have never trailed in this game. The game was only tied at 0-0. But you look at this team, and it has been tested all season long, and Lee has just such tremendous resilience. DeBuck. And here's Johnson. And he dishes off, and the foul, and that puts Union in the bonus. Foul is charged to Barnes. That's his first. All right, 7th team foul. That should put Johnson on the line, and they finally do. Ahmad for the season is a 76% free throw shooter. The key is getting that front end of the 1-and-1. And checking back in is Bowler Kyle, and coming out is Lowe. Johnson on the line. He has 12 tonight so far. Gets that front end of the 1-and-1. That's huge. So the Bulldogs with a chance to go up 14 once again and a 5-possession lead, but it can evaporate in a hurry. He delivers. Johnson with 14. He and Pike are the leaders. Sarver has 12 for Union. And this is not at a point that Lee has to be looking at going at threes for every possession. They kick it outside again. Turnaround, it's there, and the foul. Barnes with a brilliant display on that turnaround shot. That's the first on JT DeBuck. So once again, they can cut this down to a 4-possession game. Well, it is a 4-possession game right now, but they can cut it to 11. And J.J. Barnes, perfect. Barnes 79% from the free throw line, so you expect him to deliver. He's 2 for 3 tonight. Big three-point play for Lee as we are under 7 minutes. And they go inside, and Littlepage, it was dangerous because there were about 6 hands up in the air. He falls away. And it won't go, but the tip is there, and the foul for Ahmad Johnson. Offensive rebounds have been the key for Union tonight in the second half, and that is their 6th. And Ahmad Johnson with an opportunity at a big three-point play. He's having a few conversations with himself and delivers again. Johnson 4 for 5 from the line, 17 points. He is the game leader. And they go inside and back outside. Now watch DeBuck on defense. And Lee is trying to attack that basket as much as possible. It's a shooting foul anyway, but that is the 7th team foul, so both teams are in the bonus ever hereafter. And that puts Barnes on the line, 2 for 3 tonight. 79% gets it. We have been going to the free throw line much more than we did in the first half. Johnson's going to come out and get a quick rest, and Pike comes back in to spell him. And they're going to send in Gray to spell Tim Vaughn and give him, I don't expect him to be out of there more than a minute or two, even with 4 fouls. Got the second one, 62-50. They're finally 8 out of 14. They had a tough time in the first half from the free throw line. 57% from the stripe. Almost stolen, and it is, and they're going to call a foul more than likely. It appears the foul is going to be on Jordan Pike, and that will be his second. But more importantly, they're on the line with a bonus. And you don't want to see the clock stop if you're a Union fan and to see these begin to mount up. And Barnes is back there again. He is one of the two most dependable on this Lee team. He got it. You just have to believe he is going to deliver. This graduate transfer who was at West Georgia last year. So with the clock stopped, it's a 10-point game after that turnover by Union. Checking out is Applegate. Johnson right back in. And Sarver's in there as well. Look at the speed of Devaki Gar, and he had it blocked. And it's right back in the hands, and it went out of bounds anyway. He stepped out of bounds before that pass was stolen by Sarver. 6 minutes to go. Don't put up your pulse machines yet. And let's see, do we have a whistle away from the ball? No, I don't guess so. We did have a whistle, but I don't know what that was about. All right, Devaki Gar, one of the starters, back in there. And we're under 6 minutes. 10 on the shot clock. Long bomb. No. Iron unkind, but Sarver with it. And underneath. And the foul! What a move by Jordan Pike. He faked left, went right, drove it home, and he will have an opportunity at a three-point play. And just at a point in time that it looked like that Lee's defense might be ready to take this game back over again, a big, big play for Jordan Pike, who doesn't play like a freshman at all. Got it. 17 points for Pike. He and Johnson are the game leaders. Stamina, a big factor down the stretch here because both of these teams have been going at it in such a hard-fought fashion. And nice job on feeding off for the floater to Bowler Kyle. He has 12. It is still a 4-possession lead for Union. Spin move. Underneath. Up way too high. And Lee is going to be in. It's going to be to see if he can outbeat Gar. And Gar saves it, but he's out of bounds. That was almost instinctive on the part of Gar. He made a tremendous effort to try to retrieve it, but now Lee could cut this one to a single-digit margin once again. And this is the point in the game where the Bulldogs have seemed so vulnerable during the season with this young team. It's a steal. It's Gar working one-on-one. He brings it back outside. Johnson for the three. Yes! Johnson with 20. That is his fourth three-pointer. Almost stolen again. Wide open. Nobody was paying attention, and the three was in and out. They're going to scramble, and let's see. And the officials are going to discuss it. And they'll give it back to Lee, and there's 4.5 minutes remaining in this one. So it'll be Barnes to toss it in. Boy, what a scramble that was. You almost get the idea we're playing rugby. Every possession so crucial, even though Union has led it all the way. But you just feel like there is a major run coming for Lee. Almost stolen by Sarver. And the floater doesn't go, but the foul does. That's the third on Lane Sarver. And guess who is back at the line is J.J. Barnes. And tonight, 6 of 7 from the line. Now the next foul for each team will put the other one in the double bonus. And short. And that's what we talk about, stamina, because when you see one of those pull up short for a dependable free throw shooter like Barnes, it's often you're tired late in a game. Got the second one. Bulldogs still by 13, and they're not facing any all-court pressure. We'll see if they try to shave this down to the 4-minute mark. And Pike. And the foul! That young man wants this one. What a night he has had. 19 points, 7 rebounds, and a chance for another 3-point play as Union has a 5-possession lead. Short. Same thing happened at this end of the floor. Lee picking up the tempo again as we are getting close to the 4-minute mark. And on the drive, and they say he moved with him. It is not going to be an offensive foul, and it looks like Devaki Gar may have caught an elbow in the eye. So they're coming out to attend to him. Let's take a 30-second break. We'll be right back with 4 minutes to go. Well, if this were Sports Jeopardy, a contestant would say, Ken, I'll take time for 400. And the answer would be 4 minutes remaining. The question would be, can Union hold on and get a very, very crucial victory for them to have a chance to make the postseason? And they've still got to do another one on Saturday as well, and possibly have to have some help beyond that. 70-55, each team now committing 10 team fouls, and each coach with 2 timeouts remaining. All the media timeouts are gone. J.J. Barnes, dependable tonight, 15 points overall, 7 for 9 from the line. And he got it. It looks as though every time that Lee is on a drive, it is Barnes, and he gets clobbered. Missed the second one. Again, fatigue sets in for these players. You get down to this point, and Gar had to have help. Littlepage somehow came away with it and driving. It is Johnson with the hook. Yes! That was a trampoline jump. Johnson with 22. Lee playing with a sense of huge urgency. The three is there. What a shot for Barnes. He has 19. And they're giving him full court pressure, and the foul is on Hendricks, his second. Boy, this has become an intensely physical game down the stretch. It is a 2-shot foul for both teams on the stripe for the remainder with 3.5 remaining. And here goes Pike. Tonight, 2 for 5. And Jordan connects. The Bulldogs 8 for 13 from the line. Neither team has been up to its usual strength from the free throw line this evening. But this would be big to go back up by 15 and look at the expression on his face. He got it. It's almost as if he looked over his coat and said, I got this one. Barnes again trying to get another foul. And a collision. And I am telling you, this has really been physical down the stretch. The foul is going to be on Devaki Gar, and that is his 4th. And let's see, it's not Barnes at the line this time. It's Doughton. He's only been there once tonight and misses that one. He is their leading free throw shooter at 84%. Misses them both. That is a rarity for him. All kinds of problems for Ahmad Johnson. Bulldogs have led all the way, and they scramble and they lose it. A turnover that they could ill afford at this stage of the game, and the 3 goes astray, and the rebound to Littlepage. And the foul. We're down to the 3-minute mark. I cannot possibly see that we're going to the foul fest this soon. When it comes to fouls, it has been a totally different thing. We only had 4 personal fouls called in the first half. And in this second half, we've had 24 called. And some of that has to do with the intensity of how this game has become so physical. This to make it a 6-possession lead. And Jeremiah was robbed. Willie Walton comes back in. They want him in there for defensive purposes. Also, he is terrific at drawing fouls. Jeremiah got it. He's got 6, and all of them important, as we are in a 6-possession lead for Union. They go for the bomb. Willie Walton connects. It's a 13-point game. And apparently the shot clock faltered because it was supposed to be on 30, and it may well have been on 20, so Union will play it on the side with 2:50 remaining. So they try to reset, and it will be at 28. JT to Buck with 3 men actually on him, but Johnson managed to come up with it. Union trying to take as much time as it can, or to force Lee to go ahead and foul. We get close to 2.5 minutes. Union by 13. The biggest lead was 18. They got 5 to go, and the foul at the last possible moment on Vaughn, and that may be it for him. That is his 5th. An excellent night for Tim Vaughn. 16 points, 3 rebounds, an assist and a steal. He had a blocked shot, and he was 6 of 9 from the floor. He had a 3-pointer, 16 points, and that sends Lane Sarver to the line. And again, you can't put it in the cylinder any better than that, and it just was gobbled up. Sarver with the second of 2. Bulldogs by 14. It is still not beyond the realm of impossibility for a miracle comeback. And what a block on the way up by Jordan Pike. That's a move that most of the time you only see juniors or seniors do. A huge block by Pike. As we are getting close to 2 minutes, and it went off the knee on the drive by J.T. DeBuck. 10th turnover for Union. They go for a long bomb, short. A little bit too much of a desperation. From the corner, the three is in and out once again. And they get the bank on the third opportunity for Willie Walton. We're going to keep it right here. Timeout with 1:45 to go. Union up 76-64. 12-point game. Let's look and see what it looks like on the scoreboard so far. Barnes is the leader, and those 8 free throws have been huge for him to try to keep Lee within some realm of possibility in this game. 19 points for J.J. Barnes. Tim Vaughn fouled out with 16. The double-double tonight goes to Noah Buller-Kyle, the 6'9 redshirt senior. 10 points, 12 rebounds. He's also blocked 3 shots. For Union, you got 3 in double figures. Ahmad Johnson with 22. That's above his season average of 17. He's had 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals. 21 points for Jordan Pike. 8 rebounds, 2 assists. Lane Sarver, 13 points, including 4 for 4 behind the arc. What a night he has had long distance. Union shooting 61% in three-pointers. So it comes down now to, as we're going to see all court pressure in this kind of situation, and keeping the ball low, and that speed of DeBuck is so huge. He's got to have help. They're trying to take it away. It's a jump ball, and the alternate possession is going back to Lee with 97 seconds remaining. And you've seen on several possessions, and Devaki Gar comes out, you've seen on several possessions how Lee has a tremendous way of getting it down the floor and in 5 to 7 seconds letting fly with a shot. And they're basically just going to let him have a ticket down the lane, and Hendricks has 6. DeBuck, again, that reckless abandon that he plays with, and that's the bump foul by Hendricks, his 3rd. So JT goes to the line for 2. DeBuck on the season is not one of Union's stronger free throw shooters, 68%. But it doesn't matter about the 1-and-1 because this is a 2-shot foul for the rest of the way. He's been held to 4 tonight. That one was way right. And if you're a Bulldog fan, you are just feeling the pulse beats rise on every single free throw. And it's in and out. Lee is still very much alive. 75 seconds remaining. High extension doesn't go. And picking it up is DeBuck. He's in all kinds of problems. He's hemmed up. Timeout called by Dave Niven. He's got 1 more remaining. Bubba Smith has 1 remaining. We'll keep it right here. And you may wonder, with the game as a 10-point margin, why we don't go back and do another commercial. It is anything but finished right here with 67 seconds remaining, because we've just seen too many times a team like Lee can somehow put it all together at the very end, even though this is a 4-possession differential. But they can put it all together at the very end and somehow find a way to send it to overtime or to win it. The Flames have cinched their bid into the Gulf South Conference tournament. They were 16-6 in the conference coming in tonight. Union was 9-13. And you're going to see all court pressure from the Flames. 27 on the shot clock, and Johnson to bring it in. Here's DeBuck. And Union across midcourt. And you figured that they would get the foul done close to the 1 minute mark. And Johnson just very relaxed with this. He feels comfortable being in this situation. He's 4 of 5 from the line, and he wants the ball with an opportunity to try to cinch the game right here, potentially. Even with 1 out of 2. And he gets the first one. That's 23. It is a 4-possession game, and Lane Sarver coming back in for defense and rebounding. And Ahmad powers it in. 78-66. And you can see how much of a sense of urgency Lee is playing with. And going up the middle, and what a block by Ahmad Johnson, and the foul. Johnson timed that jump perfectly, and the foul is on Willie Walton. That's his first. But these free throws right here potentially could cinch it. Very slow drift to the line for J.T. DeBuck. He's missed his 2 that he's had so far tonight. We'll watch it with you. And he nails it. 79-66. That one would force Lee to have 5 possessions of getting 3-pointers. Not impossible, but highly improbable. They go for the bomb, and it is off the mark. And they miss it, but finally on the 3rd opportunity, and the final timeout is called by Bubba Smith after Bowler Kyle knocked it in with the 3rd opportunity. He has 12. It's 80-68. But still, at this stage of the game, with 37 seconds remaining, you would have to have 2 or 3 miracle steals and hit threes on every possession. They're beyond the point where they can think about working for a 2. And Union is, to be honest with you, seeing what we've seen, they're virtually willing to concede the 2-point shot for them. We'll be back here on Saturday afternoon at 2 and 4 as Union and Shorter will tee it up in the regular season finale here on David Blackstock Court. And we'll look forward to having you with us right here on the Flow Sports app. The Union students have definitely been a 6th woman or 6th man tonight in each of these games. Lady Bulldogs taking the measure of Lee 69-49 in the preliminary. And here in the nightcap, this is one of these situations where Union has led it all the way. We haven't even been tied in this game except when the opening tip was tossed. So it'll be Union ball, and they'll bring everybody up front. They have Littlepage and Pike back beyond the midcourt stripe. He's going to have to hurry to get that one in. Timeout. And that is Dave Niven's last timeout. And so they are going to have to make sure everybody knows there will be no timeouts remaining here. And it is a full timeout. We'll keep it right here with 36 seconds remaining. And with the kind of intimidating all-court pressure that this Lee team can deliver, it could be very easy. The big challenge they would have, though, is to get enough steals that they would be able to put up 4 3-pointers. Again, not impossible with 37 seconds remaining, but highly, highly improbable. Union has taken the lead in rebounding in this game, 38-36, led by Littlepage and Pike with 8 each. Bubba Smith certainly has to be happy with the play of Bowler Kyle with 12 points and 14 rebounds. He's more than doubled his average rebound total of 6. Beyond Hendricks, who is one of the starters that averages 17 points a game, has been held by the Bulldogs to 6. And one of the key things tonight, he has missed 7 3-pointers. It has been a just terrible night for Lee from behind the arc with 22% and Union 63%. I don't remember the last time a Union men's team shot with that kind of proficiency from behind the arc. Okay, here we go. Just a little more than a half minute remaining. And you've got all court zone pressure. He cannot call timeout. They get it in, and the foul. And there was a hope from Bubba Smith that either traveling or out of bounds was going to be called. And only 1.2 seconds ran off on the clock, and Ahmad Johnson back to the line, 6 of 7 tonight. And we'll watch it with you. Well, dependable Ahmad, 7 for 8, 25 points. And this one would almost certainly cinch it for Union. Right through the heart. So Lee is going to have to get one off very quickly. Almost stolen by Pike. The big bomb three they tried to bank it and it didn't work. And Johnson and Pike with a spin move, and he puts it up anyway. That one is the exclamation point. The Bulldogs are going to win it. Pike with 23. They go for the bomb, and it's off to the left, and that's it. They'll skate out the final 10 seconds, and a big hand across the board as the Bulldogs will stay alive in their bid to make it in for that number 8 seed in the Gulf South Conference Tournament. And a huge win, sweeping the season series with Lee, 84-68. And you got to consider this a team effort all the way across the board, as the Bulldogs are now going to 13-14 and 10-13 in the Gulf South. For Lee, they fall to 19-7 and 16-7 in the Gulf South Conference. But this game was not critical except for possibly seeding in the tournament. They have cinched their bid. Let's do a final look at your Flow Sports scorebook. For Lee, J.J. Barnes was the leader tonight with 19 points. He was 8 of 11 from the free throw line, and that frankly kept Lee in the game in several instances. Tim Vaughn, 16 points, 3 rebounds, but the double-double tonight went to Noah Bowler-Kyle with 12 points and 14 rebounds. He also had 3 block shots and 2 steals. 12 points again, and a big night for him. They were the 3 that hit double figures tonight. Their leading scorer, Hendricks, was held to 6. For Union, 3 players in double figures, and that includes Lane Sarver, who tonight was brilliant from behind the arc, 4 for 4. He had another free throw to that, 3 rebounds and 2 assists for 13 points. Jordan Pike, 23 points and 8 rebounds, 2 assists in the game tonight. And he did it with only 1 3-pointer. And Ahmad Johnson, the leader for the entire game, he was 7 of 12 from the floor, 4 of 5 from behind the arc. 26 points. He was 8 of 9 from the free throw line, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals. By a nose, we're going to give our Flow Sports Player of the Game honors to Ahmad Johnson, but right on the edge was Jordan Pike. The two of them combining for 49 of Union's 84 points this evening. So the Bulldogs, they come away with a sweep of tonight's doubleheader, and they look forward to Saturday to see if they can get that number 8 seed, as they will take on Shorter right here. We will be with you. And my good friend Marty Rowe is right here up in the booth, and we will talk to him after the game. But let's wind it up. This is Steve Beverly saying so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee, where the final score was Union 84, Lee 68. This has been a presentation of Flow Sports, and those are the people who brought you the pictures that you saw tonight. Executive producer for Worthy Road Studios, Paul Schultze. And this has been a presentation of Flow Sports, the Gulf South Conference, and its member institutions. Good night, everybody.
The award-winning BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. Over 750,000 views in 2023. We're where you need to advertise. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and join over 4,500 subscribers watching local sports. The Jackson Rockabillys, Union University, Bethel, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, Sacred Heart, and Peabody. Multi-camera broadcasts, slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. The BallGame Blitz Sports Network from Worthy Road Studios. The premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.